And we'd like to introduce you to your host, Shaurya Singh and Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan. We're live at the Vizag Open 2023. And for those of us who are joining us, a very warm welcome to all of you. Aditya, how do you feel today? This is a new tournament and you're seeing a lot of youngsters in the four.
Yes, good morning to one and all. We are starting the live coverage of round three, the Vizag Open. It's being played for the very first time, and it is the first look at one of the left handed players in the tee.
Jairaj.
Seems to have made a very good swing, eyeing it up and down.
The tournament fiercely contested, the cut going at 2 over par. Leader currently Akshay Sharma, being followed by Shivinder Singh Sisodia. And in tied third position, we have Sunit Bishnoi and Trishul Chinnappa.
Sunit seems to be picking up right from where he had left in Chennai. Here's a look at Rohan. Seems to be a bit of a windy day if you look at the trees fluttering in the background. Never easy to score that simply on a day when the wind is that up.
Rather unique swing, a very languid sort of motion, not that connected.
Yeah, on in this game you get so many variants of swings. Difficult to understand most of them, but as you can see, the scores being posted by the leaders, they know how the work is done, and it looks out to be a very exciting morning for round three at Vizag.
That's a beautiful shot of this golf course, and this is the inaugural Vizag Open. It's the 11th event on the 2023 Tata Steel PGTI season, and the PGTI makes its debut at the East Point Golf Club, the city of Vishakhapatnam, and the state of Andhra Pradesh. So, fantastic developments being here for the first time, and this golf course is really living up to the hype. It's proving a little difficult for the golf course for the golfers to navigate.
Yeah, as we understand that East Point is one of the rarest golf courses where PGTI till date has not ventured out. It's the first outing where Professional Golf Tour of India finds itself. Before this, PGTI has covered 15 states, two union territories, and East Point is the 47th venue overall, out of which 43 were played in India, a few on different soils like Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh. But this happens to be the 47th venue, and it looks like a very pristine venue if you can look at the drone shots which are being broadcasted your way.
Yes, this gives you a unique vantage point, and also a shout out to the piloting skills. That I believe that's what it's called, the drone pilot. So doing a good job there, showcasing this magnificent golf course. And just going back to some of the scores, we've seen that Akshay has been able to separate himself from the chasing pack. Then in the international contingent, you have Sukra Bahadur Rai leading at the forefront at 4 under par. You have Kevin Steve Regal at 3 under par. And you have MD Akbar Hussain from Bangladesh. And you have Anthanga Raja at even par. The usual suspects. And then you have Mithun Pereira, the affable Sri Lankan, at 1 over par. It's quite difficult playing conditions, as you can see, as evidenced by the high cut. And some of the players were unfortunate not to make that. Was Mani Ram at 3 over par. He had Vikrant Chopra, a regular on tour, a good player also, unfortunately not making the cut. Arjun Bhati, the youngster, also missing the cut. Tapi Ghai, the previous winner on tour. Ankur Chadda. So obviously, uh, the cut is somewhere that something that is rather difficult, and you see that only 50 and ties do make the cut. And unfortunately for this set of players, they'll find themselves on the other side of it. But no worry, there'll be another opportunity soon enough.
Of course, in the second half of the season, the tournaments are stacked up back to back. This week, the Professional World Tour of India finds itself in the beautiful city of Vishakhapatnam for the Vizag Open. followed subsequent week where they'll be traveling to the fortified city of Telangana for the Telangana Masters Hyderabad.
Yes, that's going to be a fantastic tournament as well. And then we swing over into October, and then they move to Jammu, Panchkula, Chandigarh, Digboy, Gurugram, Kolkata, Jaipur, and capping off with the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2023 at Jamshedpur. So a lot of tournaments to play, and the excitement's only going to get higher.
Yeah, with the prize purses getting bigger and larger by every venue where the PGT is going to travel, you better stay tuned for the second half of the season as it's going to promise a lot of excitement. And as we have seen, the last 10 tournaments have had 10 different winners. So this could also be a stranger tide where we could
Yes,
find an 11th one this time.
absolutely. Also showcasing the depth of talent that is there on the professional golf tour of India now. You know, the qualifying school has already been announced. I think it's
Exactly,
been.
but that reminds me, I also have to send my,
You know, I have a
my
very
cards into that.
I have a very interesting, rather albeit a cautionary tale. I got that mail as well, and I said, they still every year I get up for that unique visit, and I said might as well play, a competitive round. And there was this mini unofficial tournament being played at one of the golf courses in Greater Noida about 10 days ago, and I said might as well give it a try. So I said today I'm going to try and compete with the professionals. So I played 9 holes. It was extremely hot, and I had to actually withdraw because I said this is not my cup of tea. And not that I was playing bad, mind you, I was level par after 9, but I got so exhausted, and I realized that what these players are doing, it's not easy. You have to really be in the nick of things, and you have to be on top of your game in order to compete. And the difficulty only gets amplified when you reach here. You have international competition, and I believe with the added prize money, Aditya, you're gonna see a bevy of players who are gonna head over to these green patches.
Of course, that's true. Here's another look of the drone shot. The fairway is being separated by a massive body, so that forces the players to either take on the challenge of trying to fly, though have water hazard, or lay up. From the size of this water hazard, it looks like most of the players would be taking the chest route out and
Yes.
place the ball rather than attack.
One thing that does come to mind when you have a look at this golf course, you look at the scorecard. So, as far as the yardage is concerned, there's really no spring chicken. It's only 6.871. It's a short golf course as far as international standards go. So, but the scoring does not correlate to that. So there is a lot of difficulty. I've seen that players are finding it difficult on the greens. It is a target-based golf course, so accuracy is at a premium. The rough is up, as you can see. So there are a lot of factors in addition to distance that can cause be an encumbrance to professionals.
Yeah, each golf course presents its own challenges, and this one is a slightly unique standalone on itself as it presents five path fives and five path threes, a very rare feat which you randomly do not see amongst most of the venues where PGTI has gone.
Sukra Bahadur, that's rather bright set of trousers.
Yeah, it looks like the tiger combination upside down.
Yeah, I saw that clip of Tiger Woods chipping again. It's always heartening to see him back in any form. Given the fact that he's gone through such harrowing injuries and still able to compete, doesn't really help us with any excuses for our dismal display.
That is
Look, again, a very upper body dominant player. You see, he uses the arm, the strong in those limbs, and then he comes across it.
yeah, Supra Nepal's national home course is the Haran Golf Club. Fairly new to the professional golf tour circuit, but no way shy enough to post some really good numbers. Will be looking to start his round with a early birdie, I presume.
Yeah, Shukra playing alongside Anshul, the left-hander, and Mohammad Sanju. Good strong swing, athletic player.
Yeah, as you were mentioning, most of the players are taking the more simpler route to this hole, with just placing the ball in the fairway and not tracking that water body which we had seen over the drone shot.
Yes, it's definitely safety first on this golf course. You won't get too many opportunities to pull the driver out of the bag, and the players are smart enough to sort of give the golf course the due respect. Anshul Patel, almost a sight for sore eyes, a left handed player, but now you see there's more than a couple here on tour.
Yeah, the numbers has grown quite a bit. I think we have about four, if I'm not wrong, four professional golfers on who are regulars on our tour. Karthik, Anshul, and Gerard Sandhu the third. I'm forgetting the fourth guy's name. Should come back to me very soon.
Yeah, I'm also having to rack my brain, but I'm sure that when we see him, we'll remember. Now we have a look at MD Sanju. Really puts a lot of compression on that golf ball, based out of Kolkata. Home course is the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, incidentally, the second oldest golf club in the world.
Yes, it's the second oldest golf course in the world. A beautiful track also at the same.
Look at that short swing, but so much power.
Yeah, having seen him and played a few rounds with him, he has a ball flight which moves fairly low and also moves a little right to left. So I guess it's like his swing. He's trying to keep it under the wind
Yeah,
and place it in somewhere to the correct yardage which he would prefer for his second shot to the green.
I see him doing well in events where there is a substantial amount of wind because he's able to keep the ball low, and those hits that he puts on the ball are pretty true. Don't move much, and we
How
have.
beautiful is this golf course looking from this point of view? Lush green fairways, freshly cut greens, and the hills, the backdrop.
Yeah, it's easy to be mesmerized and forget what you're here to do.
Absolutely.
Look at that. Done a brilliant job here as far as greenskeeping is concerned. The tournament is supported by the host venue East Point Golf Club, powered by partners VPR Builders and Devi Seafoods, associate partners Steel City Securities Limited, SRK Infra, Nekanti, Vishwa Samudra, Ultra Dimensions Group, Loris Labs, GMM Folder, and Soma Developers, as well as hospitality partner Novotel Varun Beach, Vishakhapatnam. And also, being an inaugural event, it has a unique trophy depicting a dolphin's nose, and that is coincidentally also the landmark of the city of Vishakhapatnam. The tournament was inaugurated on the Pro Am Day by Vice Admiral Rajesh Bhandarkar, Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Eastern Naval Command. The inauguration was done by lighting a torch and releasing pigeons. What a beautiful moment that must have been.
Of course, as the name predicts, Dolphins Nose is actually a point in this city which is very beautiful. I've heard about it. A few players visited it and had good things to say about it.
Some of the leading professionals in the field this week: Udyan Mane, Om Prakash Chauhan, yeah, Vaman Raj, Sunit Bishnoi, Harshit Singh Sethi. Back on the green on hole number one. This is Rohan Dhole Patil. Pretty decent effort there. Playing alongside Sarthik Chibber and Jairaj Singh Sandhu.
Yeah, the first hole poses its own challenge where the players are having to lay up as there's a water body. So I guess off the tee they're looking at about a yardage of about close to just about 195 yards as
Yeah, they're
or
looking.
200 at max as the water starting very soon.
Yeah, you see most of them tend to go with probably a 6 or a 7 iron. and from there attack the hole. Maybe for the more adventurous players, we might see somebody actually pull out a driver.
Yeah, definitely leave them with a wedge in, but carrying that water hazard is going to be no slouch job.
Oh, that's a good effort. Just about running out of steam there.
Sarthak leaving it a roll short of the goal. Had the perfect line to it.
This putt should break ever so slightly to his right, and for the left-handed player, that is the easier putt.
Of course, it's on the flip side of it, for a left-hander, it's pretty much one of the dreaded putts which they are not looking for.
Exactly. So look for him to make this, especially after seeing that putt by Anshul. I reckon this should be in the hole. Oh, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Early call.
You should have put some money on that.
Absolutely.
That's a winning prediction.
I wish it were that easy. When I part or play, it's never that easy. These guys really look and make it look so simple. But that's what it shows you. You go to school when the other player is playing. And let's see here.
That's a beautiful flight caught by the cameraman on the first hole for Subra's ball.
Yeah, felt like a butterfly with sore feet. Probably not where he would have wanted that to fall because it seems like the rest of the players are also gesticulating.
Yes, Anshul gave it a wave of the hand as if he saw it, but we'll get a clearer picture of where that ball is ended.
So Aditya, how have you been spending your time getting ready for the Q school? As we have a look at that putt once again. See, this is where Jairaj went to school. You see him just peering over, and that's what a good player does. He knows that you must try and gain any advantage that you can. And if you have a player who's putting on the same line, it's imperative that you learn, you do your homework, and he delivered an A on his homework.
Absolutely. Read the ball and got a very good look from the first putt and made sure he counted it and made it towards his advantage. Here's a look at
The long hitting.
Shivinder Singh Sasodia. Well, he's hunting for his first win. Hopefully, this platform where he's set himself catapults him to that dream as every young boy or middle-aged man or somebody who's still a professional.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
To it, Aditya. I think let's just call ourselves people who are still trying to be boys.
Yeah,
So,
children at heart.
exactly. As we have a look at the group of Samar Trivedi, Om Prakash Chauhan, and Shivinder Singh Sisodia. I do also realize that there has been a proliferation of long hitting players in India. And you can just see that genesis here in this group. You have uh, Shivinder, who really hits it maybe even beyond 300.
Of course, both these gems on this group, barring Om Prakash, who prefers more of a plotful game.
But even somebody like Om Prakash, like if you look at the yesteryears, your medium hitters would be at about 260. Om
Of
Prakash can still fly the ball 285, and he has a very strong hit. And mind you, that's something that our viewers who are sitting at home, you also have to realize it's not just about hitting it long. It's the way that the player hits the ball.
Yes, of
You
course, nothing taking away from Om Prakash's driving distances. He's nothing of a short hitter. If anything else, he can pound that ball when it's required. I was just generally talking about how he likes to play
Yes,
the game.
he is a shorter hitter, no doubt. He's probably 15 yards short of these players, but there is one perceptible difference that we want to tell our viewers is the way that he hits the ball. So he'll compress the ball, especially see that the left wrist, it really leans into the ball. And you have a look at his age,
Forget about how he hits it far or not. He's got 8
eight,
titles under his belt. Something with both his playing partners would like to join him with.
and doesn't take much time. It's really a short of that left to right fade.
Yes, gently throwing the ball towards the left hand of the fairway, letting the wind ride it.
Looks like he's been spending some time in the gym. Looks a little more trim than usual.
Of course, Prakash has to catch up with boys like Samath, who's his playing partner.
Samat. Samarth Trivedi likes Tiger Woods as much as he likes Mark Knopfler. He likes to play the guitar, the blues, money for nothing, and golf for free is his quote in life. So let's see how he does.
Yes, of course. In another lifetime, Samath would have had his first profession as a musician and probably a hobbied golfer. But we are thankful that he chose to stick to golf and has recently won in Sri Lanka this year.
Yes, a very solid player. Going with an aggressive rescue there. I reckon that he hits this club close to about 240, 50 yards, given his prodigious length.
Yes, possible, but I think he's added a softer four iron with a graphite shaft in his bag. I think I saw him practicing with this, where he likes to keep the ball really, really low. And in a windy condition, that should definitely help.
I was just looking up the scores and I saw Sudhir Sharma actually played that informal tournament alongside him. I was really impressed with his consistency. He is a very good ball striker, and the way he's able to control the driver. I've not really quite seen that over the course of 9 holes. I saw that the strike was pure and the flight was consistent. And another thing that I've seen that the players are now so self-assured. There was trouble on the right hand side, but still they could align on it and hit. And that's a sort of a depart from previous years and shows you that I don't know, are the golfers working harder or how are they so in control of their ball flight and there's no fear. They stick to their game plan and they can execute even over impediments, hazards or out of bounds. Like tell me आदित्य ये कैसे हो रहा है कि हमारे खिलाड़ी अपने गेम को इतने अच्छे तरीके से कंट्रोल कर पा रहे हैं?
इसका जवाब बहुत मुश्किल है, पर जिस तरीके से इनको आप प्रैक्टिस करते देखें, जितना समय ये लगाते हैं अपने हुनर को साफाई से पेश करने में, कहने का मतलब बस यही है दैट द हार्डर यू वर्क, द क्लियरर द पिक्चर गेट्स एंड द बेटर यू गेट इन लाइफ.
Exactly, you've used Gary Play's favorite quote: "The harder I work, the luckier I get." These players definitely do work hard. As we have a look back at hole number 1.
Yeah. So MD Sanju has come up just a little short, and the rough around the green looks really thick as you can barely see the ball come out.
He's done well there. That's brilliant judgment.
From that thick stuff, that's a beautiful chip. Just a mere formality for him to clean up for his par.
I'd also like to say that this is a brilliant partnership this week. Professional Golf Tour of India coming here at East Point Golf Club for the Vizag Open 2023, offering a monumental prize fund of rupees 1 crore. And that's why you see the big guns are all out. The Sharks are here. Everybody's here for the kill. And leading them is Akshay Sharma playing for a winner's purse of over 16 lakh. I think 16 and a half, if I'm not too wrong. That's a lot of money, right?
Yes, for a week's work, that's a lot of money. But in all fairness,
It's not going to be easy.
it's not going to be easy as last week's winner, Sunit, is hot on the tails.
Sukra here opting to take the flag out. So that pretty much signals his intent. Yeah, but not quite.
Intent was good. I guess he could have hit it just a little harder. Easier said than done because chipping in from any distance is not an easy task. But it's good to see his positive intent about trying to throw that ball in the hole and taking the flag out.
Yeah, because then you're sort of signaling to your brain that that's the target. That's very good because it takes a lot of things out of the equation. Now, this is where we saw that putt being held by
Right,
Jairaj.
by Jairaj.
This is a famous spot for lefties, I feel. There's the lefties corner. Maybe that's what they'll rename it. Maybe this one follows the same way. It's a similar line. You've seen that it is a favorable putt for the southpaw. Just leave it out there to hang a little bit, and then he'll sort of turn back in. Let's see how Anshul is able to traverse the spot. Just about on the lower side. Had it. If I remember, Jairaj also hold it from the lower side. Maybe there's a little more turn to it than is perceptible to the naked eye.
Yeah, it looks like the borrow is not that much, but if you saw the last four putts being held from this distance, that ball is moving sharp from left to right. Now, as you just saw, MD Sanju was tapping up on his line. The new rules of golf allow you to not only repair pitch marks, but you can also tap down if there is a spike mark which you think is in your way. So that's a welcome change by the USGA for all the professionals. Let's see if Sanju can make the most out of that brilliant chip which he hit from that thick rough. He made that look simple. Always a good start when you made a solid par on the first hole. Sets you up for the upcoming holes with a comfort zone. There you have it. The last group, the leader group on the tee. Trishul trying to get a visual of the hole and the shot which he's trying to shape up. This group comprises of Trishul Chinappa, Sunit Bisnoi, and Akshay Sharma. All three equally talented. Akshay riding a high of being at 9 under par. Here's a look at the shot tracer, the new technology which lets you see what the ball flight is. Amazing how the technology is improved and gives you not only visuals of what it's doing, but also lets you track the ball. All right, we're all set for the leader group to march up for the next 18 holes and try and set themselves apart from the chasing pack. Short and crisp. Trishul seems to be eyeing his ball up and down. That means he's had a good strike on it. And next on the tee, you have Sunit Bisnoi, winner of the Chennai Open 2023. India Cements Chennai Open. Yeah, there you have it. Home course DLF Golf and Country Club. And he has put that beautiful first win behind him and is now going to try and chase the second one. Exciting times for this youngster. Sunit usually has no issues with the distance, but if he is also laying up and taking the iron route, that means flying that water body is pretty much a no go. And there you have Akshay Sharma starting off his third round. Akshay, as of right now, finds himself three clear of the chasing pack of Shivinder, Sunit, and Trishul, all three at six. Hailing from Chandigarh, Akshay has two wins already under his bag. As you would have seen with most of the players, everybody is trying to ride the wind. It's a smarter way to play the hole, not fight the wind, but just throw the ball out towards the direction the wind is blowing from so that it helps the ball navigate back into the fairway. Basically, not fighting the conditions, trying to ride the wind and make life a little more simpler. Well, this tournament has a field of 126 players, including 123 professionals and 3 amateurs. After the 2 days, top 50 make cut, and then they compete for the coveted title of the Vizag Open, the trophy being the Dolphins' nose. The East Point Golf Club was established in 1884, transformed as a championship course in February 2021, and received the Best Renovated Golf Courses award at the GIS Summit 2022 New Delhi. That's quite an achievement. The 6,871 yards golf course is past 72, surrounded by lush green mountains, reservoirs, palm trees, water bodies, plantations, and fountains. It's a very, very scenic golf course, as you can see from this drone shot.
But I wonder if the golfers do look at all that beauty around themselves, huh? From our times, I can definitely say that we were so immersed in the task at hand, and somehow the beauty of a golf course compounds as you play better. Otherwise, no matter how good a golf course is, if you're having a torrid day, you really do get down on yourself. But for all the viewers, they can definitely enjoy the beauty of this majestic golf course.
Yes, rightly said. While you're playing well, everything seems like a cakewalk, a breeze and walk in the park. But if you're having a rough day, I'm sure the hills or the fountains or the water bodies are the least of the things which you are enjoying.
It just takes me back to my playing days and remembering some of those incidents. I think I was playing one time at Chandigarh, and midway through the round, I got so philosophical. I thought I was maybe Aristotle the way I was thinking after 13 or 14 holes. I think I was a couple under par, and I was like, what a brilliant profession, what a life. I was looking at the trees, gazing at the greenery. I was like, this is so wonderful. I'm so lucky that I'm doing this. And I had this overwhelming sense of deep gratitude and happiness. And believe me, you know what happened? I still remember that round. I bogeyed all the holes coming through. I had like 4 holes left. I made 4 bogeys on the trot, and I was so angry and livid. And then I just didn't want to be on the golf course. It shows you that you can go from one extreme. Golf is such a game that you lose your focus, you get deep and philosophical. The course is gonna hit you hard, so it's very important to stay in the present. And I'm pretty certain that Akshay Sharma knows that really well. He's staying in the present, and he's at 9 under par, leading the pack. Following him is Shivinder Sisodia, Sunit Bishnoi, and Trishul Chinnappa at 6 under par. Sunit also a winner previously on the PGTI, not too far ago. And then you have Mohammad Sanju. He's been on the tour for a while. Maybe now's the time that he gets his due. And you have Samat Divedi, Om Prakash Chauhan, Syed Saqib Ahmed, also a previous winner on tour. Jairaj Singh Sandhu, who we saw holding that putt. Anshul Patel, the left-handed golfer, tied alongside Jairaj. So it seems like they're flocking together. Sukra, Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, also at 4 under par, 3 under par. Very good friend of ours. And we played a lot of golf with him, so it's heartening to see him right there. That who I'm rooting for. I always root for the underdog, and it'll be this is the kind of golf course that he could actually maybe contend. So Rajiv, if you're hearing us, make a few more birdies, my friend.
Yeah, this is a brand new track for Professional Golf Tour of India as they venture out to this venue for the very first time. And it is beautiful in pretty much every dimension. If you look at just the shots which are being telecasted your way, they are breathtaking.
Also shows you that teeing ground that you can see those marks, those brown marks, those are actually divots. So when you tee up in a professional tournament, you'd have to tee between a stipulated area, and you can't go more than 2 clubs behind it. So you'll see there'll be a density of divots in one area. So seeing it from above really gives you a different perspective.
Yes, it definitely makes it look way easier.
And in big tournaments like major championships, they actually cover the tees with a thin sheet so as to ensure the pristine conditions are intact when they reach the playing days. Sukra here, hole number
Yes,
two.
Sukra seems to have found the right tier on this hole. Should have a decent look at birdie. And from the looks of it, Sanju is pacing up his yardage for yet another chip from the heavy stuff, or could he be in the bunker? We'll soon come to know.
Yeah, that's a mystery that'll unfurl soon. And for all the others who are joining us, we'd like to tell you that you're live at the Vizag Open 2023 on the ABP network. We're here at East Point Golf Club at Vishakhapatnam. And this tournament has a prize fund of 1 crore. एंड जो आप टीवी ऑन कर रहे हैं, आप देख रहे हैं कि ये गोल्फ कैसे चल रहा है क्रिकेट की जगह. क्रिकेट भी आने वाला है, वर्ल्ड कप भी ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है आदित्य. एंड अब देखिए हमारे खिलाड़ी भी कम नहीं हैं. सो आपको अगर सारे खेलों का मनोरंजन उठाना है, आप गोल्फ जरूर खेलिए और सीखिए. ये एक गेम है जो देखने में बड़ा आसान लगता है लेकिन है बहुत मुश्किल. अंशुल पटेल यहाँ पे होल नंबर 2 पे देखिए कितना ऊंचा शॉट मारने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. और ये देखिए कलाकारी.
Yes, Anshul has taken the aerial route on this, taking out the borrows, which is very big mound behind the hole from the angle which he was coming in. Not a easy shot, but he has pulled it off magnificently.
हम ये भी जानना चाहेंगे जो हमारे श्रोता हमको देखते हैं कि आपको क्या नॉलेज आप चाहते हैं गोल्फ के बारे में. ये गेम काफ़ी नया है एक तरीके से. टीवी पे आने में आप देख रहे हैं कि ये पार्टनरशिप जो एबीपी और प्रोफेशनल गोल्फ टूर ऑफ इंडिया, ये बड़ी ही अहम पार्टनरशिप है और इसके वजह से हम गोल्फ को लाइव देख पा रहे हैं. तो आपके कोई सवाल हो, आप गेम के बारे में जानना चाहते हो, आपके फेवरेट प्लेयर हैं, आप उनके बारे में जानना चाहते हैं, आप ये जानना चाहते हैं कब आपके स्टेट में गोल्फ आएगी, लाइव गोल्फ आपको देखने को मिलेगी, तो आप जरूर हमको सोशल मीडिया पे पूछिए, अपने सवाल पूछिए. एंड we'll be more than happy to answer all your questions and queries. You can reach us on www.pgtofindia.com, and you can also look us up by that hashtag on social media. You can find us on Instagram. We're pretty active there. If you want to know more about the players, you can probably follow them. Just have a suffix by the by golf, and that's how you normally find all golfers. Not very imaginative in terms of our Instagram names. We are always our name, then followed by golf. So let's see, Sukra Golf.
Yes, there's Sukra eyeing up his birdie putt. Seems to be have given it a good roll, just narrowly missing out on his birdie putt.
Good try there by Sukra.
On the same page, anybody who wants to inquire, understand, or has some suggestions could definitely watch the live telecast being broadcasted by on the ABP live networks. There's a live chat also going on over there. You can throw in your questions, you can suggest, you can root for your players that you're looking for. And if possible, we will try and definitely reply to all the comments.
I think we've had one question where there's a viewer who wants to learn a little bit more about golf and what does each club refer to. So a little bit of introduction. Golf is played over 18 holes, and a tournament comprises of 18 holes being played over 4 days, 4 times, so 72 holes. A hole can be of any length between, to be honest, like 100 yards or maybe 70 yards, all the way up to 600, 700 yards. Par means that is the stipulated number of shots, as we have a look at MD Sanju, that you must take on that hole. So if it's a par 5, you make 5, you get 0. If you make 4, it's called a birdie, you get a -1. If you take more than required, you get a +1. So fantastic part. Look at that. That's confidence right there, right? Firm in the middle of the cup.
Yeah,
So
that's a very good up and down from Sanju.
So the idea in golf is to take as few shots as possible. So contrary to other games, let's say cricket or football, you want to make goals, then you want to score runs. But in golf, you want to limit the number of shots that you take so that you can get a score which is as low as possible. And professionals, there's something called handicap in golf. If you follow polo, you'll know that in polo, a high handicap is good. In golf, a low handicap is. Yeah, so professionals have a handicap of 0. So they expect it to be always contending with the golf course and be at par. As we have a look at,
Anshul trying to save his par after that brilliant chip which he'd hit.
looks like it'll move a little to our left, you feel? And from the players right to left, I think it had him as well. It looked like it
Yeah.
would turn, but it didn't.
That's a narrow escape by the ball. Yes, unlike most of the sports, over here, you're not looking to add on to your number of shots. Over here, you're trying to deduct from the number of shots, which so the lower the number, the better it is. Over here, you're not chasing big numbers. You're trying to limit them to the least number of contacts which you make with the ball, which results into a stroke. The lesser the strokes, the better you've played.
That's a replay of that brilliant exhibition of a flop shot, if you may. That's how you played. I think lefties always have a little bit of DNA of Phil Mickelson, maybe. It just looks a lot more elegant when a left-handed golfer pulls off that flop shot. He was able to pitch it to perfection. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to seal the deal with that putt. And it's still early days right now. We'd like to see what's going on out on the golf course. You have Gaurav Pratap Singh, your dear friend, GPS, and my dear friend is at 1 under par. Udyan Mane, the Olympian, also at 1 under par for the day and 1 under for the tournament. Then you have Harshjeet Sethi, for whom par 4s are like par 3s. he's
Yeah,
an even par.
with the length he demonstrated and has been doing it, and the way he finished that playoff.
Yeah, I can't. That's something that's imprinted on my memory. If I was competing against him, I would just, as they say, lay down arms. It would be rather demoralizing to be playing against somebody who hits, a drive on a par 4, which is 450 yards to like 10, 15 feet on a playoff. I think it's just, but kudos to Om Prakash, who was still able to, play that hole really well and was able to almost make birdie himself. As we have a look at Trishul here.
Trishul from far out on hole number 2.
You can see his athletic, fit posture really puts in a lot of time in the gym.
Yeah, he also had the correct line, but gauging distances on these greens are not being easy. The greens are playing to a stimp of 9.75.
That's
That's fast.
That's fast. That's good speed, given the fact that this golf course has not seen that much tournament golf. Now it's not easy to uh, get a tournament course up and running. So there must have been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yes, from the coverage, what we are getting, the golf course for the first time, a venue which is having a tournament for the first time, this looks in immaculate conditions.
Yes, it does make a difference when you have more professional tournaments on your golf course. The greenskeepers, they learn a lot more. The caddies, they get that motivation that they require, and even the administration learns about professional golf. And I think that's a good thing for sport. And with the next Olympics not too far away, it's quite important that we're able to get our best crop of professional golfers firing on all cylinders.
That's absolutely true. Here's another look at Akshay Sharma, the current leader.
Oh, just about skimming that.
Yeah, that must have looked so good all throughout. It's good to see the leaders trying to fire up and put some daylight between himself and the chasing pack, which still
Yes.
remains to be Shivinder, Samarth. Sorry, Shivinder's actually made a move forward.
Yeah, they're creeping up as we have a look at Sanit Bishnoi. This putt should break right from his right to left. So in the viewer's perspective, as we look at it, the ball will break right. So I don't know if that's a little confusing, but that's the best I could clarify it. So let's see. It should move right to left from the player's perspective. No legs, but wasn't really moving either. I think the lines are proving difficult for the players to gauge.
Is definitely on a seaside golf course with hills around it, adds a very big variable on line reading. Never as simple as what you see with the naked eye.
Yes, it's proving to be rather difficult for the players to contend with the greens, and that's the last line of defense here. You can also see the thick rough behind, and it's good 2.5, 3 inches at least if you look at it. So the ball would be getting embedded, and that's adding another layer of difficulty here. All right, easy does it. Akshay Sharma still leading the tournament.
Yes, Akshay is still two shots clear of the chasing pack, which is now Shivendra, who has moved up to 7 under par.
This putt should be a mere formality.
Yeah, he's made it look very simple.
Doesn't this setting look inviting? Makes you want to take out the golf clubs and go through an ordeal of 18 holes and shoot a high number. But that's what golf is. You don't have to be great at it to enjoy it. Just have to try and better yourself each day. Interesting part coming up here. A lot of fringe to deal with. I think that we're seeing that Indian professional golfers are doing really well. I mean, a name that definitely comes to mind is Anirban Lahiri, what he's been doing on the Live Tour and even internationally. And then you have the likes of Shubhankar. From our crop of youngsters, as we have a look at hole number 2, who do you think is somebody that comes to mind that can really break the glass ceiling?
Well, the ceiling seems to have already had a crack in itself as Manu Gandas has broken up and used the opportunity which the DP World Tour has provided for the number one Order of Merit winner from last season. He's out there on the European Tour performing and doing well, I might add to that. Not only that, there's furthermore into that, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who was number 2, Manu and Yuvraj last year, between them had like about 11 tournaments, if I'm not wrong. And here's a look at Shivinder for his definitely would seem to be a birdie putt. We saw Anshul from the same distance. So we know this is pretty much a straightish putt.
And you've seen the players be rather aggressive with this one. So let's see. Yes, and he's also given that.
Wow.
Oh, that's
The caddy couldn't believe it.
yeah. I can not an easy job being a caddy. It's a roller coaster of emotions.
Of course, it's a roller coaster of emotions, and especially for the first time that this venue is hosting a professional golf tour of India event would be a total eye opener for most of the caddies as they would have not seen professional golf.
Yes, they are learning on the job, as they say. This should be easy for OP.
That's nothing for the standards of a player like Om
So
Prakash.
we were discussing who you
Yes,
think are the top golfers
if you
at
look,
the most promise. I know it's difficult. You have a big lineup of good golfers, and I think it's tough to put your finger on one. But if you were to choose the next big superstar,
yes,
and when I say superstar, I mean Manu is already playing on the European tour, and we know that he's a superstar because we've seen him dominate the professional golf tour of India the way last year, with those multiple victories, him and Yuvraj going toe to toe. It was like a heavyweight championship. But apart from that, who is somebody who's unheralded, but you feel that's the player who's going to take it to the next notch?
yes, in recent seasons, if you have a close eye at Sunith, he's also making headways. He won in Chennai. He's contending this week and has some had some good starts.
I was thinking the same thing. He has the ingredients, and also having a sibling also as a professional golfer. That also adds that internal rivalry. And both of them are doing well, his sister as well. So I think that is something that can spur him on. Competition, when he's not too far from home as well, it's something that will never let him be easy. He will have to try and follow the laurels, and so would his siblings. So I think it'll be interesting to track his career. And he also plays at a very difficult golf course in Delhi, in Gurugram. My apologies, at DLF, and it's difficult. So he's seeing that there is a certain level of maturity in his game.
Of course, for him, it's golf 365 days, 24/7, all around, at home, at the venues where he's practicing, and the profession which he's chosen to contend week in, week out. He looks to be a very promising contender coming up, as we've seen the path being set by so many Shubhankar, Anirban, not to forget the real superstars, Jeev Milkha Singh, Arjun Atwal, Jyoti Randhawa, the trendsetters for Indian golf. And in recent times, the trends being set by Shubhankar, Manu, Yuvraj, all of these guys are keeping the flag high. I'm sure we've forgotten a few notables like Hani Basoya,
Absolutely.
but they are more settled into bigger tours with bigger prize monies, like, and are contending.
I think
And
now that you spoke about Hani Bisoya, I have an interesting incident from this event that I that I tried to compete at. I saw him on the first hole, which is a short par four, maybe all of 290 yards. All the players were hitting driver trying to get there, and Honey was one that actually hit a three wood and pretty effortless power. And I saw him that he has this stocky build, and definitely looks like he likes to visit the weight room, and he has that speed as well. So he's definitely one of those explosive breed of golfers who can hit the ball far and shoot it low. In fact, I was trying to see somebody that hits it shorter than me. I was quite disappointed. I was the shortest hitter there, and back in the day when I was a full time player, maybe almost more than a decade ago, I used to find myself maybe in the middle of the pack. I always had this yearning for more distance, but now I find myself at the absolute bottom rung. So it shows you that 270 off the tee is probably the shortest hitter on PGTI now.
yeah, 270 back in the day used to be mid range. If not mid range, it was actually decent. But as of today, if you were hitting 270, you would be finding yourself the first guy in the fairway.
Absolutely. You'd have to get to the ball first and follow the rest. As we have a look at Sanith striding down the fairway. While all that is going on, there are also some players who are making quiet inroads, like Kurish Herji at 1 under par through 12, Prakhar Asawa and Mithun Pereira. All of them are one under for the day. You also have the Indian Open champion, Chenna Swami Muniyappa. He's at level par for the day, maybe just about warming up. As you have a look at one of those majestic drone shots, makes you want to really get out there and play some golf.
Yeah, the drone shots are very, very pretty and also showcase the dangers lurking around the white sand bunkers and massive water bodies on either sides.
To be honest, if I'm just viewing it from an aesthetic point, I would think this is some fantastic vacation spot which looks pristine with the beaches and the
Yeah,
green grass. You know, you couldn't ask for more with those hills. And I think that's another thing that, visiting this beautiful state of Andhra Pradesh is something that should be on everybody's itinerary. It seems like the perfect weather, so much history, and a coastline. So much to do, actually.
yeah, so much to do in a city like this. You could enjoy the water sports, indulge yourself in the culinary delight. And if you're an avid golfer, we recommend, suggest that you definitely take on the challenge presented by the beautiful East Point Golf Club.
A lot of history here in this state. It's home to some reputed central and state educational institutions of the state, including Andhra University, Andhra Medical College, Indian Institute of Management, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, Indian Maritime University. So, a lot of great things here, in addition to the beautiful topography.
Yeah, if you have a look at that drone shot, shows you that the golf course is roughly about 15 kilometers out of the city, and in the backdrop you can see the beautiful hills, and in between them is all of Vizag.
Also, the city is home to the oldest shipyard and the only natural harbor on the east coast of India. Vishakhapatnam port is the fifth busiest cargo port in India. So it shows you that it's such an integral part of the overall business and international trade routes. That it's a really important city.
Yeah, and quite a nickname it has for itself, the city of destiny, the jewel of the East Coast.
So let's see who is going to have his tryst with destiny.
Yeah, who's
Definitely
got it
seems like
set?
it's the man on our camera right now, in our view.
Akshay having a long look at his relatively long birdie putt.
I think the fact that Akshay has been a proven winner on tour would help him. That'll help to ease the nerves. Wouldn't be that much pressure because he's has won previously. Gave that a mighty blow. Brilliant putt there.
Yeah, a very good lag putt. Yes, of course, Akshay already has two wins under his belt. Would be looking to chase up to number three. Won't be an easy job as the contenders are some really good heavyweights around.
And as we follow the action, would also like to update you with the latest rankings on the order of merit. You have Om Prakash Chauhan, who's leading the season at 63 lakh with a victory and five top tens. Then you have Aman Raj, 38 lakh, having played eight events and one victory. Karan Pratap Singh, youngster, Sachin Besoya, fourth, and Jamal Hussain, player from Bangladesh, in number five. Gaurav Pratap Singh really hurtling up that leaderboard, is at sixth position on the order of merit. I think this is probably one of his best efforts as far as the order of merit is concerned. So let's see if he can finish the year strong. As we have a look at Trishul with this putt, looks fairly straight, to be honest. I mean, looks like it might break a little to the right and then veer off the other way. Yes, sir. Really well done there by Trishul.
Yeah, zero expressions from Trishul after that part.
Yeah, he's got ice running through those veins. He definitely did celebrate that with his caddy. Aryan Rupa Anand at eighth position, the youngster. Veer Alawat, the long hitting golfer, also plays on the Asian Tour.
Yeah, both Veer and Hani Basoya are missing in actions. That's why you can see that they played very few events. They are they've elevated their game to another level and are playing on some different tours.
Yeah, it's formidable that they play. They're able to balance out and play on these different tours and still have that ranking.
Just goes on to showcase how good their talent levels are.
They have at number 12 Kapil Kumar, 11 is Harjeet Singh Sethi. That was really a incredulous victory at that tournament. Sanit Bishnoi now trying to clean up. That the way he drove that green was really, if one can use that term loosely, the shot heard at least around the country.
Of course, without a doubt. And it was a very nice catch after that hole in one, which sorry, not a hole in one, the playoff hole which he won. His roommate actually pounded and jumped on him like a kangaroo, and he caught him midair.
But this shows you that the game has changed into one which is just fueled by power and accuracy. So, as we'll have a look at some of the top scores.
Yes, the leader group at Vizag Open 2023 round 3, Akshay Sharma, 2 clear of Shivinder Singh Sisodia, followed up for tied third is a group of Trio, Samarth, Sunit, and Trishul, all three at 6 under par. MD Sanju finds himself at 5 under par, tied with Om Prakash Chauhan for tied 6th. And at tied 8th, we have Sakib Sukra at -4. And we have Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal from Chandigarh tied 10 at 3 under par. So that's roughly about the 10th guy is basically 6 shots trailing from the leader. Not much gap to catch up on a span of 36 holes.
Rajiv Kumar Jariwal, incidentally, also lovingly called Bonnie. Now, I don't know what is the etymology of that nickname. Only he will be able to tell us. But good to see him in the top 10. M. Dharma at number 15 on the stats list this year at 15 lakh. Arjun Sharma, straight as an arrow, really drives that ball well. He's at number 16.
Yes, Arjun is also having a stellar season followed up from last time around.
We see a lot of young faces there. The weathered old veterans are sort of being pushed down lower on that list. It's difficult.
Yes, but at least Om Prakash is still flying the
I mean,
kite
I
high.
wouldn't really call him a weathered veteran. He's still a young man in his prime. But you look at players 40s and on the other side, it's rather difficult to keep up with this young lot.
Absolutely.
Ranjit Singh in at 6. Top 10 or at most maybe players from the top 15 contending or top 20. Now you see even players who don't keep their card have the capability of contending and even winning at times. So that shows you depth of Indian golf. And I've had such deep conversations with professional golfers, and they say that actually playing on the Asian tour just feels like the Indian tour. It's because our tour has become so competitive that that doesn't really seem like a step up for them. So that's a great point. The scoring averages, even on the same courses, we've had tournaments sometimes I think back to back, and the cuts went almost at identical, or maybe there's a one shot difference. So the PGTI is extremely competitive.
Of course, because if you look at it, PGTI for a very young running body has already got world ranking points towards itself. Not a easy feat to achieve as a tour, which brings in a host of international players trying to compete and get their world rankings at a better pedestal. So yes, the tour has got serious depth, as we just saw last week, not last week, in the last tournament, where Harshjeet Sethi catapulted himself from somewhere not very high in the order of merit to being amongst the top 15. Very big jump.
Look at that. I'm almost having a look at the entire golf course.
Yeah, that's a beautiful drone shot. You can see from the looks of it, one, two, three, four, five, six, pretty much every hole. I'm still wondering what's the thing on our right side. The middle looks to be solar panels, the rest are the water bodies. I think that's the nursery on the right hand side. Most of the golf courses do develop their own nurseries for not only flowers but also helps upkeep the golf course. Pretty much should be that. Those of you who are just joining us now, we are presenting you with the third round live coverage of Vizag Open 2023. The venue East Point Golf Club at Vishakhapatnam. Breathtaking, beautiful views. So if you're in the city of Vishakhapatnam, try and get out and enjoy not only the magnificent views, but the brilliant golf being played all around by the top professionals in our country.
We're live from the East Point Golf Club. And what's that golf course? East Lake, where they have the FedEx Cup Championship on the PGA Tour. So this is our big championship, and that's our moment in the sun for the Professional Golf Tour of India and for this fantastic golf club. And as I say, a brilliant venue always brings out the best. The cream rises on top. Akshay Sharma is definitely creme de la creme, my friend. He's at 9 under par. You saw the caddy scampering on over there. Maybe that's a case of trying to keep up. Are the referees there somewhere? Mr. Sampath seems to be somewhere in the vicinity. That's what my caddy would do always. He would have wheels under his feet. I think that's a topic that I've covered a lot, is the pace of play. I could see that when I entered for this tournament, there are quite a few, quite a few players who were aghast. They're like, "Oh no, this is gonna be a long day in the heat." So I think for many of them, they would have been happy to see my back after 9 holes.
Well, some interesting news for my co host is if he's around for the week of Jammu tournament, he'll get a lot of laughs watching me play out there and contending, try to showcase if I've got some golf left in myself.
That should be interesting. I hope that I get to see you on the weekend, Aditya. The only way that you'll be visible is that if you survive the kal, my friend. 2 दिन तो आपको जिंदा रहना पड़ेगा, तभी तो आप टीवी पे आएंगे. ये आप इस चीज को गारंटी कर सकते हैं कि आपको हम टीवी पे देख पाएंगे जम्मू में.
I think we can place a small wager on that. Let's see how it goes about. Who gets to have even the slightest bit of last laugh?
No, I would want to see you there, to be honest, so that you can see. We've seen you many a times, and I'm sure that you'll find your nick. But obviously, it's so competitive now. You'll have to work on those errant t-shirts that you tend to produce, especially at the inopportune moments. Especially when there's a wide fairway. Aditya will line up on the tee and hit it right. So that's something you'll have to work on, Aditya.
Yes, I'm hoping there is a large gallery following us to spot my ball. Always helps to have extra set of eyes.
Absolutely.
There's a beautiful look at the hole where the ball is not very far away. And if you look at this fairway, that's what you were talking about earlier. These trees in the middle force you to shot shape when your approach shots come into the green. Never an easy task.
Yes, the third hole is a par 4 at 473 yards. It's got the stroke index of 3. What the stroke index means that is the degree of toughness in relation to the other holes. 1 is the toughest, 18th is the easiest. So it shows you that the third hole means business.
Yes, but it should definitely help the players as the wind is strong away from them, which means it's shortened the length of the hole as the ball tends to fly more with tailwind, which means wind behind the ball.
Yes, that flag is really fluttering.
Forget the flag, look at the trees on your right side of your screens.
Yeah, the
A
trees are
little bit
actually,
more, and they're going to start walking towards the neighboring fairway.
yeah, a little bit like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, we love talking trees, but we digress, and that normally happens over the course of the round, and we do apologize for that. Sometimes we get carried away. It seems like the players are going to get carried away with this gale force wind.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Wind becomes a very big variable, even if it's at its mild sense. But over here, we are seeing the winds picking up as we speak, and that's a beautiful shot from there. I guess the saving grace is that the size of these greens are pretty big, but doesn't seem to be mattering to the person who's just hit that shot. The leader group on the third hole. As we have a look at rest of the field, there are few good scores being produced out at 2 under for the day is Gaurav Pratap. He's done 13 positions and is tied 13th right now. So that's a stride towards better fortunes. Also, Manish Thakran and the Olympian Udyan Mane getting into red figures, each 1 under par. Prakhar, Kurush, and Mithun Pereira also moving in the right directions. So here's the mystery unraveled. It was Sunit Bishnoi who hit that beautiful shot under such extreme conditions. Akshay seems to be very relaxed in his demeanor. Good sign for a leader that he is relaxed and is enjoying his round. Just a few more putts, and he would have cushioned himself a few more shots further away from the chasing pack. Trishul seems to have come a little short. I guess the wind must have disturbed the ball and not carried as far as he would have liked.
Yeah, the wind will make this shot difficult as well, especially the shorter shots. He'll have to decide whether he's going to go low or try and give that ball some air time, some elevation. And that's when you have to contend with the wind a little more. And even the perches that you'd expect when the green changes owing to the wind, especially as it's coming from the players behind. And that can make the ball not stop as quickly as one would expect. Normally, expect that maybe a couple of bounces and then a little bit of check, and this can make all the difference.
Yeah, my presumption is a sandwich with a slight bump and run coming in.
Let's see what he goes with. Does he go more aerial or does he like to hug the surface?
It's got enough green to work with. Trying to use the borrows of on the green.
That's
Not very easy to do distance with so much wind in your back.
it's going to be a difficult putt for par. He would have expected a little better. Maybe that's you'd give it what maybe a 7 on 10. Not a really bad shot. Still has a chance because he had maybe all of 45, 50 yards to the flagstick.
Yes, those of you who are not very familiar with such windy conditions, it is a very big variable even for chipping.
Yes, and putting more so.
Yes, now the total direction change of the wind for the players is the wind which they were riding on their first and second shots on this green will be absolutely opposite. Now that the putt's going to go into towards the hole, towards the tee box, it makes this wind direction change into headwind. And yes, it does affect the roll, it does affect the amount of hit you have to generate for the ball to travel under calmer, windy, non-windier conditions. So if would want to know, yes, headwind plays a massive role even in putting.
Yes, and even for the amateurs and the weekend warriors who are watching, that is something that you can factor in next time you're putting. You see that this putt would move to the player's right, and the wind would make a difference as well. Has he given that enough? Fooled us both, actually.
Yes, it just didn't move at all. Not us both, even the leader of the tournament. He was expecting that ball to break a fraction towards his right.
I don't know why that is happening here. Maybe because owing to the coastal region, there is a certain pull towards the ocean, and then obviously the lie of the green, and these things are not really perceptible, and makes those certain line changes can make a lot of difference. It's making for some exciting viewing, especially with the wind coming up. Our leader still remains Akshay Sharma at the Vizag Open 2023, being played at Vishakhapatnam here at the East Point Golf Club. This is the first time that the PGTI has visited this golf course, and what a first time it has been, with a stupendous prize fund of rupees 1 crore on offer. And the front runner is Akshay Sharma to lap it up. And then we have Shivinder in close pursuit, Samar Divedi at 6 under par, tied alongside Trishul and Sanit at 6 under par. So a lot of good players still in the fray.
Yes, this is Trishul's power putt coming up. You would be looking to rectify from that chip, which didn't end up as close as he would have liked. Beautifully done. No harm, no foul with that lovely putt. He scrapes off this green with a simpler path than it looked like as of a few moments ago. Yes, that's true. PGTI coming here for the first time is being greeted by the trifecta, not only the ocean side, the hills, and the wind. One of the most difficult difficult venues for being played, as ocean-side wind, then a brand new track. On top of that, hilly terrain makes it even difficult to read the putts.
Let's see how Sanit fares.
After that beautiful approach shot, this
Should break a little to the left now that we've seen the mystery sort of been removed. And yes, he reads that perfectly. Now that's how you make a birdie. Look at how windy it is.
yes, he has done himself a huge favor of birding one of the most difficult holes on this venue.
Yes.
Should put a spring in his stride and move him at 7 under par.
That's a closer view of that rough. And I think that's another thing that is impeding the players is when you miss the green, trying to make your par is not a short either. It's a difficult task. You can see almost ankle deep rough just around the greens, and the ball gets nestled down in this rough, and that really
They're not easy because if you look at the caddy, barely see his feet.
probably some of the thickest rough that we've had on the PGTI this year, I think.
Absolutely, this is severe stuff. Be wary and stay away from it.
That's good golf course design and management for this tournament. Shows you that if you, like even on this hole, if you were to miss it where the caddy just walked from, it's not going to be easy pickings by any stretch of imagination because these greens are narrow. So if you miss it on either side, up and down is rather difficult, to be honest. And you can make a double bogey in the blink of an eye. If you try to get too cute with these, uh, it's very easy to leave it short of the green.
Yeah, chipping as it in itself is not a very simple task, and heavy rough like this is just pretty much nightmare for somebody who's struggling. But from the looks of our leaders, they're making it very, very simple. And yes, here's a fresh look at the leader group where Samarth and Shivendra are tied second, chasing the leader Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh. And there's a slight change from that birdie from Sunit. He joins Samarth and Shivinder at tied second. So we have three trailing Akshay's two-shot lead as of right now.
An important piece of information is that the East Point Golf Club, established in 1884, it's a lot of history here, and then transformed as a championship course in February 2021 and received the Best Renovated Golf Course Award at the GIA Summit.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Yeah, and it's been a fantastic appearance at that.
Yes, the beautiful city of Vizag is witnessing the first ever professional golf tour in India tournament being hosted at the East Point Golf Club. Beautiful venue, some stellar golf, and very good opportunity for the people around in the city to come watch some very good golf being played.
And we'd like to remind you once again that do follow us on social media, and we really do love reading your comments and your feedback about this presentation and what you'd like to see more of, and anything that comes to mind. And even if you want information about the game of golf itself, or even life, Aditya tends to give out the best, dish out the best advice on that. So keep that coming, as you can also have a look at the latest leaderboard. As we spoke, Rajiv has moved up a spot, a notch. So Rajiv, kudos to you alongside Kevin Steve Regal, who turned professional. My apologies, who actually earned his professional card this year on the PGTI, the Q School.
Yes, you can log on to the AVP network to watch some beautiful golf being played in, and also Euro Sports, where this will be aired live for your delight. You can enjoy in the comfort of your homes and see some very beautiful stellar golf being played at a venue which is nothing short of a championship track, the East Point Golf Club, and see the best of the best fight it out for the coveted title.
Yes, it's going to make for some fantastic action. We'd like to tell you that we'll be live tomorrow as well. So stay tuned for that mouth-watering prospect of final day golf here at the Vizag Open. And बाकी हमारे जो दर्शक है जो अभी देख रहे हैं, आपको बताना चाहेंगे कि हमारा जो ब्रॉडकास्ट है वो हिंदी में भी है और इंग्लिश। हिंदी हमने थोड़ा सा शुरू किया है अभी, तो आप हमें बताइएगा कि आपको क्या चीज़ पसंद आ रही है। आपको गोल्फ मातृभाषा में सुनाने का एक सुनहरा मौका है ये जो हमको मिला है, और इंग्लिश में भी ब्रॉडकास्ट चलता है। सो ये हमारे लिए भी एक नई मुहिम है और हम इसमें बहुत खुश हैं। And speaking about new initiatives, it was really heartening to see the way that our country was able to conduct the G20. Seeing our honorable Prime Minister in doing such a brilliant job, and seeing that the country was at the forefront, and New Delhi was just resplendent, fantastic. It was something which is a shot in the arm for our country, and golf also is encapsulating that kind of growth. We're seeing that foreigners are coming from all different countries. Our tour is open. It's called world ranking points. We're producing world beaters, and not just golf, even other sports. We're seeing how well our sportsmen are doing in other sports, be it hockey, be it the women's team. So it's good to see that this era of sport is just about starting. And you remember what at the last Olympics we had that brilliant gold medal by Neeraj Chopra, and I think a lot is this is just the start. I can see that everything in a country is sort of related, and you see when one sector is doing well, it's sort of the other also helped by the tailwinds of that growth. And we're seeing golf benefiting. We're seeing the sport as far as prize funds are concerned this year. And obviously that you also have to give credit where it's due. It's also down to the management of Professional Golf Tour of India, the team and the sponsors, and many the benefactors of golf. So it's very good to see as we head back to the action. Look at Sukra, and you can see his ball is nowhere in sight, and that's going to be one difficult shot. This is where this golf course gets really tricky around the green. So it's not always about long hitting, it's about how you manage this. And let's see if Sukra opts to take the flag out. Is he going to go aggressive again? No.
Well, yes, from that lie, I don't think he's going to pull the flag out, but he has one thing going in his favor is the wind, which will soften the flight a little bit.
That's one difficult shot. You don't really know whether you go through with it. You definitely don't want to decelerate. You want to make sure that the club sort of goes under the ball, but you keep rotating the body as well. And that's one difficult shot. I think the only thing that matters is you get the perfect contact. I would say that Sanju's shot is a lot easier than Sukra's, even though that seems a little tough to believe. But look at that. Not that easy. Not that easy. I know I called it, but it was not that easy, my friend. Mohammad Sanju, you, my friend, are a rock star. Look at that. That's how it gets done.
He's not made it look easy, he's made it look the simplest.
Look at that.
Took everything out of play, flew it as far as he could, and then gently rolled it down to where it belongs, the bottom of the hole.
That's how these guys
And-
get it done. That's how good they are.
And as fast as the ball disappeared, so has the player after that chip
This
in.
is, let's see what Sukra can do.
Sukra has given it a
Very good shot
very
by
delicate
Sukra
touch,
as well.
yes.
So kudos to this group. They definitely have the short game dialed in. What a shot that was by Sanju. Like Sanju Baba.
Sanju made it look very, very comfortable and simple. And I think he's headed on to the next tee, not even bothered about the shot what he
Yeah,
did.
why should
Difficulties
he?
which presented him.
Leave the rest in your wake and move off to conquer the next hole, my friend.
It'll be interesting to see his stats because in the last 5 holes of golf play, what we've seen him make two very difficult chip putts on the first and second, and this, the worst of the lot, he's not even required the flat stick called the putter.
That makes life so much easy. You chip in, you just walk over to the next hole, waltz in style. Forget about the trouble, the trying to read the putt. I think that does make life easy. There are two things in golf: if you hole it out or hit it like dead given within a foot, that just makes life easy. Sometimes when you're like about the distance about 4 to 5 feet, as you have a look at Anshul here, it maybe all of 12 feet for Anshul, breaking
Yeah.
to his left.
Should break a little towards his
It's kind of confusing when you
his
think
right.
about it.
Gauging from what happened to Sukra's ball, yes, it
Either ways, we got it wrong, my friend. So MD Sanjay would be saying, why use a putter when you can just hold it?
that is true, but
Sukra.
Sukra has maybe all of 3 feet to clean up for his par attempt.
Yeah, there and thereabouts. I would think this range of putt is actually easy on this golf course, easier. Difficult when you go beyond this range, because here you can be a little aggressive because the greens are not that quick and you don't really need to worry about the one coming back. So that is one reprieve for these golfers. He's done well as Sukra. not as well as Sanju. That's why I say that you should stay tuned to the live coverage because there's a lot of action happening. This tournament is turning out to be quite interesting. Has been a low-scoring affair, so as to speak. Uh, you've seen the cut go at 2 over par. Shows you the degree of difficulty is really high in this golf course. Anytime the putt goes at my apologies, the cut goes at over par, you know that this golf course is difficult. Professional Golf Tour of India golfers are really good.
Well, the most joyful time or the most interesting time on this track is being had by Ronald Cooker. He has a trio of threes. He's made 3 pars, 3 bogeys, and 3 birdies. Would be very exciting to watch what he's doing next on the back nine. Limit those bogeys and better on those red numbers.
Have Aman Raj there as well at 1 under par, regular on international tours. Sanju, we just saw actually bounce back from a double bogey, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, that's the best way forward.
It's a brilliant view here at hole number 5. OP. You can see that flag fluttering there, and I'll show you how this ball flight will get affected by the wind. Likes to play it left to right. Puts a lot of cheese, so as to speak, on the ball. That means it has a lot of hit and spin. Oh, not happy with that one.
I think he must have flared it out a little too much.
Not quite certain where that has gone, but wherever that has gone has not been to OP's liking. You have the short tracer. That's a brilliant addition. So shows you the different flights that the players are employing.
Yeah, all 3 barely let the ball catch any air. Seems to indicate that the winds are very strong and all 3 try to keep it underneath the wind so that the ball gets very less affected by those strong gusts which we can see.
Yeah, that's the way to play on a day like this. Otherwise, you'll find yourself being ferried by the wind in whichever direction. And the winds, friendly winds, can become winds of change. So you want to make sure you want to keep it low and keep it under the wind. Oh, not too happy there.
Your friend Mr. Sharma is not very happy after that shot. I guess the difficulty of rough got
Yes.
a little better of him.
Difficult to navigate this rough, and he's just found that out firsthand. Let's see if he's able to do better with the putter.
Well, for a man who wasn't very happy after the swing which he made on the second shot on the 5th hole, OP is in the middle of the green, a little further away than he would have preferred. Samarth, on the other hand, has gone a little long. Not very easy to gauge this wind. Sometimes a gust of wind just flies you by the intended target what you had. Seems to be the case with Samarth. But his short game skills are very, very good. So this should be a very interesting watch to what he is doing.
Yes, absolutely. That's another broad stance. It's a pretty decent shot.
Yeah, I guess he was expecting it to release a little bit more after it dropped.
Shows that he's been practicing his short game a lot because that required the fine touch of a surgeon on a downslope with feet above the ball, heading to a green where not much green to work with. So I think all in all, a good effort.
And yes, it was a very good flop shot. It just didn't release as much as he expected. But to support his short game, he's got one of those space age crafted putters, which will now come to work.
Yeah, that looks like one of those flying saucers that we used to see on
This look
Star
like
Wars.
yes, this looks like a miniature version of those Starship, Starfleet
Exactly.
Enterprise kind of models.
Yes, let's see if that helps him get the ball in the hole as well.
Yes, Sampath is a very hardworking player, always at it at the putting green or the range. I'm mentioning only the putting green at the range because gym is his first home, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, he's what they call a proverbial gym rat.
Yes, not only is a gym rat, he's also been helping a few professionals to get better.
So if you want to hit the ball long, that's where you venture.
Yes, and not venture towards cookies and coffee.
Yes, Samarth can help you hit the ball a mile. Maybe you can also hit that ball well over 300 yards. That putt itself seems like it's all of 300 yards. True.
Yeah, Shivendra seems to have hit just a little extra than he would have liked, but yes, not very easy to gauge the distance.
But not too bad. Maybe all of 6 feet coming back, and he would have learned a little about the line as it crossed the hole. We have a look at OP. You saw previously he was not too happy with that approach shot. Let's see if the putt is going to give him a little bit of satisfaction.
His little not too happy was basically the center of the green, so showcases the talent of the man that he's not at all impressed by his effort of finding the center of the green.
Absolutely. Nothing but the target for this man.
There you have. He's a good putt, but again, the wind playing a bit of a factor and fooling even the best of the best. By fooling, what I mean to say is that it's not easy to gauge putting in these kind of conditions. And there you have Samarth trying to get a better read of his putt by having another look at the distance and the direction what he wants the ball to travel out. Got out of his setup very soon, but I guess one more roll and that ball was in the hole. These greens are trying. These greens are looking to be a little tricky for the players to read. Hence, the scoring is not very low. But if you look at what the leaders are doing, they're making job very, very simple. This will be an interesting putt for Shivinder to clean up for his par. A little further out than he would have preferred, but at the right opportune moment, that ball has found the center back left of the cup. All in all, not a bad effort at all. From that far out, two putts is never easy. Prakash trying to clean out for his par makes it look very, very simple. Just like any other sport, professional golf tour of India also has had some serious support in the form of tour partners like Tata Steel, Vedic Himalayan Spring Water, Fruitnik Electro Plus, and Rolex, being long-standing partners for the tour. Companies like these provide a very good platform for young athletes to hone in their skills, and a big shout out to all of them for being there and putting up all the support they have for so many years and sticking around in this business to help out professional golf. Here's a look at your leaderboard. Akshay Sharma still sitting pretty at 2 shots clear, 9 under par, being chased by a trio of three players: Trishul, Sunit, and Shivender Singh Sisodia. Samarth finds himself standalone fifth at 6 under par, where Mr. Jatiwal Rajiv Kumar has been joined by Sukra and Om Prakash for being tied sixth. So Rajiv is making his way forward towards the right direction. From 10th to tied sixth is a very good move forward. And Harsh and Kevin are at 3 under par, tied ninth, also moving in the right direction. So this looks to be a very interesting week end coming your way, where round three is being presented to you from Vizag. Interesting times for professional golf as we have a series of events lined up for the second half of this season, where the tour is traveling pretty much non-stop every week. These coming 3 weeks are Vizag, Hyderabad, and JNK. So three back-to-back weeks with three big tournaments, giving you viewers an opportunity to sit back, enjoy, and witness some serious golf being played in your hometowns, which you can also log on to the AVP network and Eurosports for live coverage.
Yes, that is a luxury that we didn't quite afford in our times. Live coverage of Indian professional golf shows you how far we've come.
Yes, big strides being taken by some very big brands like AVP for providing live coverage of Professional Golf Tour of India, which has never been there before. So, a very big stride and a very big shout out to them for being there and providing this platform.
Yes, it makes the world a difference if you can view your heroes as they compete week in, week out. A lot of these youngsters used to look at the likes of Jyoti Randhawa, Jeev, and Arjun Atwal. We used to refer to them as the big three. And I think that's not too misplaced a moniker if you look at it. They used to be Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer were the big three. And as far as Indian golf is concerned, I think it's definitely been Jeev, Jyoti, and Arjun. The triumvirate, if you may. They were the ones who were spearheading golf all through the late 80s, 90s, and then the 2000s. And even now, plying their trade on senior tours, and Jyoti still fit and fit as a fiddle, even at the age of 50, competing regularly on the Asian tour, the senior tour, so and on the PGTI as well. Jeev, who we saw playing really well on the Japanese senior tour and also on the European senior tour, we saw him at that major championship. Arjun Atwal as well, you see flashes of brilliance still. So shows you that these players have definitely had longevity. It's not been easy. Jeev has been plagued by injuries, but having the kind of lineage that he has, he's been able to fight through all of that and still come back strong. Arjun, unfortunately bereaved almost a year or so ago. His father, what a driving figure he had been in his career, and he's carrying on that legacy. Jyoti Randhawa, coming from a military background, father is an armored corps retired officer, Brigadier Randhawa. So, and he often said that if I was not a professional golfer, I would have definitely joined the forces. And I think that's not too far from reality. He's really a very adventurous, fearless sort of golfer. loves his adventure, does a lot of skydiving and adventure activities, and joined by that by Digvijay Singh, his dear friend, who also likes to do a lot of skydiving, biking, and all those sort of adventure activities. I think that's very important because it makes golf seem a lot more easier, helps the nerves, and that's something that can really differentiate yourself from other golfers is how you handle pressure. If you can enjoy the adrenaline of dangerous activities, I think you can definitely handle golf, the quaint surrounding the golf. But believe you me, when you're playing golf and you're trying to hold putts, that's not for the faint-hearted either. It takes a lot of focus and discipline and how to deal with adversity. And all those things are being handled well by Akshay Sharma, who is currently at 9 under par. Second position belongs to the trio of Shivinder, Trishul, and Sanit Bishnoi. Samar Trivedi is in at fifth position. As we have a look at hole number 5, our leader, with that familiar long putt that we've seen quite a few players facing on this hole. Let's see how he does. Anything within 4 feet would be a good effort. I think 2 putts from here are better than par for the course. Out on the golf course, we see Gaurav Pratap Singh is doing well. He's 2 under par for the day. Holding his ground on this windy day. As we have a look at Akshay. He's done better than 4 feet. He's done better than 4 feet. He's given that a brilliant run, and that should be an easy putt for him. Low down, we're also seeing players Mandar S. Prashar also at 1 under par. Varun Vasu Sehgal, Shravan Desai, Arjun Puri, Shamim Khan all at 1 under for the day. Wind is picking up and it's only going to get more vociferous as the day goes on, I think, because the wind tends to peak out around the noon time. So it's going to be difficult for these golfers.
Yeah, with the flagstick fluttering so hard, that's just showcasing how Mother Nature is making it a little difficult for the players. But Sudit Bishnoi has made a beautiful putt from that distance out. Would have given a very good rate to Trishul. I guess that direction where Sanju set up that platform for everybody to hold it out, Sunit has taken it on the more grounded approach. Let's see what Trishul has picked up because his marker was pretty much in line as he just moved his ball back.
Let's see how he does here. Has been pretty attentive in his preparation.
Narrowly missing out on his birdie putt. Got a very good reel from Sunit's putt, but
Yes,
sometimes,
Trishul built like a boxer.
yeah, Trishul works very hard on his fitness over the years. He's just matured as a player, and that you can witness from the scores that he's been putting up.
And in that brawl with him is Akshay Sharma. Let's see who's going to be the heavyweight champion who comes up on top. Trishul also a winner on tour. I think he has a solitary victory. Oh, my apologies. I think no, he's not a winner on tour. We'll have to look that up.
Trishul's had some really close calls, yet to still break through the winning circle. But with so many youngsters breaking through and so many wins, such as the last 10 tournaments, if you look at 10 different winners, a few brand new players breaking through their first victories, Harshdeep Sethi, Karan Pratap Singh, Sunit Bishnoi, all of them are just getting a move on in the right direction as a professional golfer.
Yes, Trishul had that fantastic finish of third place this year at the India Cements Pro Championship. So he seems to be in good nick.
This is steel. And this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something marvelous. Like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Benchmark for the top 60 for this year who get a direct invite into this final tour championship, the all coveted trophy of the tour championship, which will be held at Jamshedpur.
Yes,
The idea,
a brilliant player indeed.
the idea before that is to put up all the money that you can and move yourself further your cause of being inside the top 60. So an important week for everybody each week, and Trishul seems to be making most of it.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction that you've made. Being one of those players who gets to play that lucrative year-ending event, that's one that's not to be missed. A lot of prize money, and also that you're able to move yourself up on that order of merit. And I believe that there will be a lot more tournaments, co-sanctioned events, and we will also venture abroad. The Professional Golf Tour of India. There are some big plans for next year, and you want to be there right in the midst of the action. And the top 60 is where it's at. You get to play that, add another feather in your cap. As we look at that brilliant drone shot, I really wondering how this drone is being operated so well. Look at that. Panning out. This is some high level professional work. Look at that. Those perfectly manicured fairways shows you that lining of how it's being cut.
Yes, absolutely. Beautifully manicured golf course sets up so well. The most important thing in a professional golf tour event is the conditions that are provided for the professionals to showcase their skills. And Vizag East Point Golf Club has been nothing short of being perfect in those conditions. Only helps the player perform better and showcase their talent.
Yes, absolutely. Look at that. Going ever so further. Something mesmerizing about this sort of a view. Quaint setting against that backdrop. Brilliant work there. Not to get lost in the beauty, we must also see how the players are doing today. As we have a look at the leaderboard, we have Akshay Sharma at 9 under par. Akshay Sharma being followed by Sanit Bishnoi, Shivinder Sisodia, tied alongside Trishul Chinappa, Samar Divedi, followed by Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, who has made a birdie and has moved to tied sixth. I'm really loving that. This is a golf course and he's making the most of it. Will it be the day for the journeyman professional to conquer the rest of these players and finally emerge? Who knows? It's still early days. He's 5 shots adrift. As we go low down, we look at Om Prakash Chauhan, the prodigious player from Mau. And we look at Harsh Gangwar, who's also moved to 3 under par. Kevin Steve Riel and Sukra Bahadur Rai adding the international challenge and flavor. Both of them at 3 under par. Further down, you have Mohammad Sanju from Kolkata at 3 under par. Then in 12th position, you have Aman Raj, the golfer who's now changed his base to Gurugram. Harinder Gupta, Syed Saqib Ahmed, Sarthak Chibbar, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, the lefty, tied at 2 under par, 12th position. Then you have in tied 17th position, Shaurya Binu at 1 under par, Ravi Kumar, Anshul Patel, Gaurav Pratap Singh, the winner earlier this year, and Udyan Mane, the Olympian, at 1 under par. And as we go lower down, we have Angad Chima, hailing from Chandigarh, even par for the tournament, not having the best of days at 3 over par today. Brashwar Pal Singh, 1 over for the tournament, alongside Chinna Swami Muniyappa at 1 over for the tournament. Sandeep Singh and Thanga Raja, hard-hitting Sri Lankan, also at 1 under. Tied alongside C. Arul, Prakar Asawa, Alap IL, the Mysuru-based golfer. Mandar S. Prashar, Anirudh. Then you have Vasu Sehgal, Shravan Desai, Arjun Puri, Shamim Khan rounding up the tied 27th position at 1 over par. And low down you have Abhinav Lohan at 2 over par. Harshjeet Singh Sethi, a stupendous long driving golfer who won that tournament by driving on that par 4 green, which to my memory I've never quite seen anyone hitting it on that green. At Coimbatore, 18th hole, measuring almost 450 yards. I remember, to my memory, the best that people could get maybe was 20, 30 yards short of that green with a lot of tailwind, but not Harshjeet. He's just a mammoth hitter of that golf ball. Followed by, tied alongside Amardeep Malik in 40th position. Amardeep Malik from Noida. Adil Bedi from Chandigarh, the young phenom, was sort of recovering from that wrist injury and finding his best form once again. And you have Pavan Kumar, Shankar Das, Akshay Damale at 2 over par. Sudhir Sharma, 3 over par for the tournament, and having a rather lackluster day here on this golf course at 4 over par. Kurush Herji, 3 over for the tournament. Saurav Chaudhary in 49th position. Mithun Pereira, the star from Sri Lanka, at 4 over par. Sri Lanka reminds me of the fantastic Asia Cup victory by our men in blue. Unfortunate, underwhelming showing by the Sri Lankan Tigers. They wound up for 50 runs. There was really something else that we saw. It was quite the final and brilliant showing. And now coming up the end of this month, we'll also have the Kangaroos visiting the Indian team right before the big one. The World Cup is going to be something rather interesting. We'll also have a lot of golf going on at that point in time. So we'll also encourage our viewers to look at both the sports.
Yes, on the sporting conversation, we have one of the biggest tournaments of professional golf where two continents are going to collide against each other, called the Ryder Cup. Very big rivalry between these continents for the coveted trophy. This time it's being hosted in Europe, so an added advantage to them. Ryder Cup is a format which is played upon the tournament is being played upon in a different format where you're not only just playing stroke play, but you are contenting each other as a match play situation. A rare sighting for professional golf, but yes, some of the top players from both sides of the continent will be contending with each other. So set your dates and calendars to not miss out even the slightest opportunity to witness all the stellar golf that you will come to see on that event. Getting back to the tournament, which we are giving you live coverage of the Vizag Open 2023. happening at Vishakhapatnam. Round three is looking to be gearing up to be more and more interesting as the birdie on the fifth hole has put Sunil one shot behind Akshay and he finds himself standalone second. Akshay moving at a very comfortable pace where he's made all pars, looking for that first elusive birdie to move into double figures of under par. He'll be the first one to break into the double figures if and as soon as he birdies his next hole. Interestingly, East Point has five par fives, so that's ample opportunities to give yourself for birdie. But on the hindsight, five par threes, some of which are in an excess of 210 yards, put in a lot of pressure as these par threes at that length won't be a cakewalk. The tournament is supported by host venue East Point Golf Club, powered by partners VPR Builders, Dev Seafoods. Also, associate partners is Steel City Securities Limited, SRK Infra, Nikanti, Vishwa Samundra, Ultra Dimensions Group, Loris Labs, MGM Prafuldar, and Soma Developers. A big shout out to all of them for coming together and hosting the first professional golf tour of India event in Vizag at the East Point Golf Club. Also, the hospitality partner for this week is Novotel Varm Beach, Vishakhapatnam. As the second half of the PGTI has got back-to-back weeks coming up, not only the trifecta of these 3 weeks where we are at Vizag, Telangana, and J&K on subsequent weeks, we are traveling to a lot many other venues.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Big event as the prize money is on the higher side of 1.5 CR. Big opportunity to further improve your bank balance and also gather up serious world ranking points. Followed up by the venue Dig Boy, where Indian Oil Servo Masters will also be played. And thereafter, we come back to pretty much the heart of our country, Gurugram, where the legendary golfer, legendary cricketer Kapil Dev is going to host the Grand Thornton Invitational 2023, which has a whopping prize purse of 2 CR. This will be the second time this tournament is going to be played and is a welcome addition to the calendar. After that, this tour ventures out to the east where the players will find themselves at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the second oldest golf club. Rare feat. The tournament is SSP Chaurasia Invitational. And none other than Manu Gandas is the defending champion for that. The man who pipped out everybody, especially Yuvraj Singh, in a very close fight for being number one. Thereafter, we are back towards central Delhi, central India, which is Jaipur, Rambagh. All of that, all of these tournaments will add up to their prize purse, their world ranking points, and the money earned for the ever so coveted Tata Steel Tour Championship, the big one of them all, the 3 CR event, where only invites are going to be sent to the top 60 for this current season. So those who are looking to play in that tournament will need to get up and rack up a lot of money to be inside the top 60.
Yes, and a lot of players will be leaving no stone unturned to ensure their participation in that much coveted event at the end of the year.
Yes, Tata Steel Players Championship is the mother of them all, not only because of the price purse it offers, but also it's one of those events where there is a confirmed price purse for anybody who tees up. So it gives you a little bit of comfort zone to play.
You want to tell us about your preparation? You're going to play Jammu. It's imperative that our viewers also understand that how professional golfers prepare. So obviously, you're not in the best of nick, and I think it's safe to call you something of a journeyman professional. You've been a professional for a while. You know the trade. You know the ins and outs. Uh, but you yet to have that, your moment in the sun. I know that, with your game, with your length, you have the game, but the competition, you've seen it grow. You've seen that when I think both yourself and I turned professional pretty much around the same time. We've seen how the entire landscape of professional golf or even sport in India has changed. And how does that affect you as a player who's now at the tender young age of 40, if I may? And so how do you try to keep up with the competition while also ensuring that you don't lose your way and stay true to your game so that you can do your best, as far as tournaments are concerned? How does that affect you as a professional competing against the better lot of youngsters who are coming through mentally? How does that affect a player who's played for longer? This is a question I ask you more from the line of the viewers to understand how it's like thinking of somebody like a young Shubman Gill comes to bat, and you have a veteran Virat Kohli, if you may. How do you bridge that gap?
Well, for someone who's had playing privileges for the past 17 years on professional golf tour of India, this year I'm still trying to find the hashtag to go along by myself. It's in the more vicinity of uncertainty. So let's see how it goes by. But yes, you're right. To compete with the cream of Indian professional golf, you cannot leave anything to chance. That's why I think I have 14 clubs now in my bag.
I mean, were you just carrying on with 12 or 13? I remember that used to be your style. You were so casual. Many times you would not even take 14 clubs.
Well, let's not venture into that direction. It's easy when you are practicing and forget one club on the putting green and just move on to the next one.
Very good. So there's a few lessons.
Yes, but you have to really, I mean, I'm trying to put in everything which I could for the coming event, which is in Jammu, because these youngsters are tremendously not only talented, but hardworking to another level. I've seen a few with the likes of Shivinder, Karan Pratap coming to practice at the venue where we do. Their work ethic is short of nothing. They put in the hours, they put in the hard work, they put in the smart hard work that is required these days. Back in our day, it was just hard work.
I think it's time that you show them the Aditya of old. It's where you get down to your mind games. I think you'll have to get under the player. You'll have to get into some gamesmanship, as they call it. What Lee Trevino used to do is to get a fake snake and put it on the tee. You'll have to probably get to one of those antics and eliminate half of your competition with some of those tactics. What do you have in store for us? What surprises are there? Are there any secret scary boogeymen?
Don't know about the bogeyman, but I'm definitely going to make sure there is somebody in the front of our group to, so that I don't run out of golf balls. A set of golf balls are not cheap this time around.
So interesting. That's what the viewers have in store. So definitely, if you miss any other tournament, don't miss the Jammu tournament, because you're going to have Mr. Aditya Raj Chauhan in all glory.
Yes, for all of you who are joining us now, we are broadcasting live coverage of round 3 2023. Here's a look at some of the action on hole number 8, where Anshul and Sukra, followed with MD Sanju, find their ways towards their respective shots. You can see a ball just short of the green. Should be a fairly simple up and down. So let's talk about this particular tournament hosted at East Point Golf Club venue, Vishakhapatnam, Vizag. Price plus 1 CR. The format is stroke play. So what that means is you have a stipulated number of holes to be played over a certain number of shots. Here's a look at that beautiful shot tracer. Barely any movement on that ball. Samat has also pounded that ball, and as you see, the shot tracer shows how much the ball is bending because of the wind and the shape the player is putting on. And here's another look at Om Prakash's ball. Pretty much went dead straight. Beautiful use of technology. So in a stroke play event, you have to play a certain number of holes, being 72 over a set of number of shots which are there, also being 72. The lesser number of shots you take will be better for you and will make life simpler, as you will find yourself at the top of the haystack with lesser number of shots.
Nice.
And coming up to a new development at the leader groups, Akshay seems to have found a little bit of trouble on hole number 6 and has dropped a shot, which makes things a little more interesting for the chasing pack in forms of Sanit now finding himself tied first, and Shivinder and Trishul merely one shot away. So things are getting a little more exciting, and this opens up all the way till the person who's sitting at -4, just a 4 shot difference. Whereas when the day began, it was a 6 shot deficit for the guys who were at tied 8th. Now they find themselves at only 4 shots behind. Sukra's ball seems to be in a spot of bother.
Yes, if I've ever seen one, that is if he finds the ball. Unfortunately, there's not much time that is afforded to the players. It's 3 minutes, and that can go by in the blink of an eye. Let's see if Sukra is in fact able to find his golf ball.
It looks like they've found the golf ball, but they're contemplating whether to hit that shot because it's in some serious stuff.
Yeah, it's a short par 3, so it's quite a miscue from him. It's a 153-yard hole, and Sukra has found himself quite literally in the bush here. I think he'll have to take a penalty drop. That would be the prudent thing to do. I don't see the ball coming out of that thicket. MD Sanju, maybe give him a tip or two how to hold the ball from outside.
Yes,
So
definitely after that
Yeah, Sukra needs that tip
Beautiful
right now.
chip from that location. Supra could definitely use some magic touch.
And you can see he's taking that penalty drop, so he's afforded a 2 club length uh, distance away from the flag that he can drop it. Alternatively, he can also go back in line of his ball and the flag as far as possible. So he's obviously opting to take the 2 club route. It's going to be difficult now. He'll be hitting his third from here. He'll have to drop it from knee height. I think given where he drops it, a double bogey will not be too bad. Let's see if he can make an up and down. I don't know if that's going to be easy given that he doesn't quite have a clear ball flight. It has to be a high shot that he'll have to go with. Otherwise, there is that bush which is right in front of him. Let's see.
Yeah, that's true. But in this modern day and age, the lie for a professional golfer would be really bad to opt out to take a penalty stroke. So I guess that ball's got had to be taken for a penalty stroke.
Yeah, that's a smart play because he would have judged that that would have been a losing battle. So why take it on?
Yes, for the viewers, it's not always necessary to try and make the best of a worst situation. It's easier, yeah.
Yeah, see, as I said, from your double bogey will be a good score because once you get in a position like this, it's not easy to just hit the green. There are no greens, very small targets, and now he finds himself embedded there.
Yes. So it's smart to take the medicine sometimes and not challenge a adverse condition and make life more difficult for yourself.
This is not the easiest. Life definitely is looking a little difficult at this point in time. This ball is nestled down, will require a perfect hit. Again, coming up short. So it shows you that sometimes when the wheels come off, it can be difficult. You can get derailed, and that is for double bogey. So that's gonna push Sukra at least to 2 under par. You can see he's not too impressed with his effort there.
Yes, and on the other side of this spectrum, we now have a three-man combination running for the leaders, which is Shivinder, Akshay, and Sunit Bishnoi. All three find themselves at the top of the leaderboard at 8 under par. So this tournament is getting wider and wider open for most of the chasing pack to contend and put their stamp of authority on it.
Yeah, shows you how fast a lead can evaporate. He started the day with a 3 shot lead. Now he finds himself in a trio. So let's see if he can escape that and become sole leader again. That's pretty firm there by Sanju.
Yeah, Sanju seems to have bombed it a little further than he would have preferred. But are, as the conditions, what we can see, when the winds are so strong, the greens dry up very fast. What that means is that the day when you started your round, the speeds could be a little higher as the day progresses.
Yes, and that also requires a certain amount of adjustment on the side of the player because you're playing on greens where the speed is actually increasing as you go from one hole to the next, and that's not so easy to always factor in, so to speak.
Yes, Sukra needs to put a bad day to the bleeding which is happening to his scorecard on this one particular hole.
Let's see if Sukra can stop the rot and limit the damage to double and not let this become a triple bogey. Oh, well done. So he's able to salvage a double bogey. There's never a thing known as a good double bogey, but if there ever were, this is a prime example.
Yes, that's a good putt from Supra to stop the bleeding. Anshul Patel narrowly misses out on that. I guess the greens are being a little more tricky than what we can see. because these are some really talented players, somewhat struggling on the putting greens, can mean only one thing, that tough challenge is in front of them.
Now, Sanju, after that aggressive putt, let's see if he's able to make the one coming back.
He made it look very, very simple. Sanju has hold some very good power putts in this tournament, and that's why he's got that casual look about going around. If your putter's working, then it makes life so much easier.
Again, at a look at the golf course from a different vantage point owing to that drone shot.
What a picturesque setting, and what a scene which is unfolding in front of us is where three people find themselves tied for the lead for the inaugural Vizag Open at 8 under par. Shivinder, Akshay, and Sunit.
Look at the top scores here. The top 10 scores as the tournament wears on. I'd also like to tell you, for those of you who are joining us right now on the ABP network, we're live at the East Point Golf Club in Vishakhapatnam for the Vizag Open 2023. This tournament offers a prize fund of 1 crore. It's the first time that we're having a professional golf tour of India at this venue. And it's been a resounding success thus far. We have Shivinder, Akshay, and Sunit, the three of them tied atop that leaderboard. And we have a total of 53 players making the cut. The cut was applied at 2 over par. Some of the big names missed that. So the golf course has provided ample difficulty to the players. And we're seeing that evidenced in the difficult scoring conditions today. The rough is up, and it's become a game of cat and mouse between the erstwhile leader Akshay Sharma and now the leaders Shivinder and Sunit. The chasing pack is not too far either. You have Trishul Chinnappa at 7 under par, Samar Dwivedi at 5 under par. Then the trio Kevin, Mohammed, Sanju, and Om Prakash Chauhan at 4 under par. Further down, you have Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal and Jairaj Santhu alongside Sarthak Chipper at 3 under par.
Yes, with the lead coming down from 9 to 8 under par, three people are tied and will be gunning out for their victory. As between the three, only Shivinder is the person without a title behind his name. Just recently, Sunit has made that first elusive win of his possible at the India Cements, which was at Chennai, not just about a month back when he reached that feat. And Akshay already boasts of 2 titles under his belt. So work's cut out for Shivinder as we have a close look at him on the 8th hole. He's chipping from Sucra's territory, heavy rough. And he's given it a very good run, just narrowly missing out on his chip in. We've barely got any sun as in this tournament for round three, which means at least the temperatures would be down and the severe winds will be an added advantage climate wise. OP gave it a solid run towards the hole. Has a small putt coming back, but if you look at the kind of putts the leaders are making versus the kind of putts which are not making up to the hole, is the mere difference of giving yourself ample opportunities to put that ball in the hole. As they say, never up, never in. What that transpires is if you do not hit the ball up till the required distance, it's never going to have a chance of falling in. A very good example of that was what Samarth did. He was just a fraction bit off his line, but at least he made sure that the ball had enough legs to make it past the hole. OP looking to clean up for his par. So back in the day, we did not have too many live leaderboards walking around on the golf course, but as of now, there are at least 5 to 6 live leader scores moving around. So Shivendra will exactly know what is happening behind also, as he finds himself tied for first position. It was a very good chip from that heavy rough. Yeah, saves his par with ease. Marches on to the hole number 9. Shivendra is the only person who is without a win and is not in the leader group.
Sure, he'd be looking to change that.
Yes, he would. He's, if anything, he would be wanting it a little fraction bit more than the rest of them, as he does not have one under his belt.
Yeah, obviously, you're always a lot more hungry after the first victory. And let's see if he's able to secure that today. It's not gonna be easy, that's for sure.
Of course, nobody is going to make it easy for either of them.
Yeah, it's other players are not gonna roll over outside the way. You'll have to earn it. This drone view for all of those PlayStation fans, if you've played Call of Duty, that's the closest that we get to drones. It reminds me a lot of one of those views when you have one of those missions where you're using a drone. And believe you me, this view is a lot better than that. It's definitely goes to show you that the camera crew and the team are doing a brilliant job indeed.
Yeah, it's not easy to get drone shots, especially while a tournament is going on. And yes, the amount my co-commentator has mentioned about drones, I think he's going to add into his collection of collectibles, which he very much is looking forward to. I'm not sure about his flying skills, but yes, there will be one very soon in his
Let's see if
barrage of toys.
Anshul is able to hone it to the target. Has the putter out. That's never too bad. Hit a shot now. The putter out eases the tension. Otherwise, you have to make an up and down then. Haven't really seen the referees so far anywhere. That's one of the things that I always look out for. It's one of the. It's looking out for the strangest things, but they're a very integral part of a tournament, and somehow have not spotted Mr. Chari or the other senior referees thus far.
I think the feeling is mutual that they are also not spotting you. The feeling is mutually shared between all of them. But yes, of course, I will convey your hello to them
Yes, absolutely. Please do.
in a very short duration of time, as long as they are not after my life.
We have Anshul. Anshul also seems like quite a heavy set, strong man. Seems like he I don't think there are too many golfers who don't visit the weight room, and some are obviously bestowed with natural strength. Anshul Patel definitely seems to be one of those golfers, and that's why you're seeing our Indian players being able to compete with the European American players, which wasn't really the case previously. You'd see one of maybe Jyoti, Jeev, Arjun competing, but now you see that there's so many of our Indian players who can compete with the best of European players.
Of course, that is true. The demeanor of the players along with the game is changing very rapidly. Now, Anshul, not only has he become fitter, stronger, but is more agile and vocal about his extracurricular activities. Quite the singing, dancing
Yeah.
caravan himself.
What are we talking? He's a music aficionado,
He's more of an entertainer.
entertainer. He's definitely entertaining us with his good golf as well. So, a well-rounded entertainer.
Yes, it's always good to lighten up your mood and change the conversations, be it whatever comfort zone comes to you. Anshul's one of those people who, after his round, is just goofing around, enjoying life to the fullest.
Yeah, I think you're also one of them, but you won't go for a hunt. You would torment the other players. But you used to run the PGTI like a military academy, where you were the commanding officer, and the rest of them had to go through the ranks. Is that still the case, Aditya? Or judging by the younger lot, they seem like I don't think you'll be able to pull that off on this strong, athletic younger lot.
Yes, let's that be in the yesteryears and back when the day when the youngsters were not working out.
Look at MD Sanju, hoping that this putt will work out by going right in the hole. Sanju giving that good run, but you can see that because the greens are a tad bit slower, the ball comes to a halt rather abruptly near the hole, which makes long putts a little easier because then the players don't need to worry too much about the one coming back. They can be a little more freewheeling in their approach. Let's see Sukra after that good double bogey. I say good because he saved it from around the green. Giving that a good thump. And see, there's a prime example. He was pretty aggressive on that, but that only went all of 2 feet by the hole.
Yeah, it's always a better option to have enough legs for your ball to at least go past the hole. Not only do you get a better opportunity to hole it, but also gives you a read of how the ball has traveled past the hole. So that corridor of uncertainty gets a little lesser when you are making your return putt.
Corridor of uncertainty sounds like cricket once again. I know I'm obsessed, but so is the rest of the country. And if you want to catch all that action, also, I must tell you that ABP network will be the place to be when all the big wigs descend to compete for that elusive trophy. And talking about trophies, this one is quite exquisite in its own right at the Vizag Open. It has a dolphin's nose emblazoned, rather in the shape of a dolphin's nose. So, would be quite the trophy to have on your mantelpiece. And we can have a view at two simultaneous live feeds. So, tells you that there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, Sukra would be looking to save his par attempt, just a small one, so I don't think he'll have an issue with it. On the other hand, you have the leader with his driver out on the front edge, probably deciding to take advantage of the preferred lies which are being used.
Yes, that's given as sometimes there are certain impediments on the fairways, or if owing to the softer than normal conditions, the ball is gathering some mud, as you want all the players to have a level, equal playing field. It's a little difficult to keep up with both the windows, but we'll try to do our best.
Yeah, looks like Om Prakash done with his approach shot, and Trishul has decided to use the flat stick from just off the green. Not a bad idea to get the ball rolling really, really quick, even if you are in the fridge, because from the way it looks like, the fridge is pretty close to even surface.
Yes, and given that there is wind from the back, it shouldn't be too difficult to get this putt all the way up to the hole. You can see that wind sort of helping that putt on its way. Not bad. That's a pretty decent putt by Trishul and should be able to clean up.
Yeah, from that distance out, it is a very good lag putt, and mostly from a certain distance, the intent is to make sure that it's only two putts and not even in the closest vicinity of a third stroke coming into play.
We have Akshay Sharma on top of the leaderboard. My apologies once again at 9 under par. So he's pretty much back where he started with that birdie on the par 5 hole number 7. We've seen quite a few birdies on hole number 7. The par 5 is quite inviting for the players. Playing to only 477 yards. So, in all fairness, that's just a par 4 distance, but obviously, that's why the players have been able to capitalize on that hole. Most of the par 5s, they are pretty benevolent. You look at the first hole, 510 yards. Then you look at hole number 7. Further down, you have hole number 10, which is 570, which is obviously a good fair distance for a par 5. 12th, again, a short par 5 at 527. You have the 14th at 550, also again reachable. So, all in all, the par 5s are pretty friendly on this golf course.
Yeah, that is the case with five par fives and five par threes. So with this birdie of Akshay's putting him back into where the day had began at the top of the leaderboard, would you suggest that similar order has been restored, or this is not a situation of any order being placed in?
Yeah, I mean, two things are very important here. That the fact that Akshay was able to follow up that blemish with the birdies, so it shows that his head is in the right place, and the fact that he's not too flustered by losing his lead. So it shows that he's going to be around till the end of the tournament. Somebody will have to really win the tournament and take it away from him. He's not going to give it. So from that perspective, I think it's going to be an interesting tournament because it's not going to be a war of attrition. It's going to be rather a battle for the ages. Should break a little to his right. Oh,
I think he,
that was rather firm, but that's how he putts. He's an aggressive putter.
yeah, he's an aggressive putter, but sometimes what happens is even if there is the slightest amount of wrong calculation of direction, you do not hit the back of the cup, and the cup being absolutely circular can projectile the ball in the not intended direction.
Yeah, that was obviously you sort of factor that in. You'll make a lot of putts that way, and you also miss a few. So he was probably on the wrong side of that coin this time. Let's see what Trishul does. Rather benign, dropping it in the hole. Not that quick, fast speed as was employed by Akshay.
I think even if he had that intent of bombing it into the back of the cup, a quick display of what he just saw would have changed his call for this particular shot.
Yeah, that was definitely a red herring if we ever saw one.
Well, I'm looking forward. Definitely spend some time with Samarth and his spacecraft. But there's got to be something, revelating about this thing, which because it's so amazing to
It
see.
reminded me a little bit when I just saw it of that fidget spinner, and there's the similar shape. Although that's sort of a triangle, this is more of a square. Definitely a fancy looking puzzle, to say the least.
Yes, the modern day technology in this equipment has evolved to dimensions which are constantly changing. Here's an attempt from Shivinder to try and better his chances of securing that first elusive win.
Oh,
He's hammered it past the hole.
that's a 5 footer coming back.
Yeah, that's definitely a 5 footer coming back. Had some serious steam on that golf ball. The other day, I remember he walked in onto the practice putting green, and he had two different set of putters, totally different from each other. And it looks like he's opted for the newer putter which he was trying. Let's hope it gives him the desired result, what he's been looking for. As the
That's a good putt right there.
leader of the PGTI Professional Golf Tour Order of Merit winner is also lurking very close by in the shape of Om Prakash. Cannot even think of counting him out because he knows how to get the job done. He knows how to get into really low numbers.
Yes, and just for your information, we live at the Vizag Open 2023 being played at the East Point Golf Club, offering a prize fund of 1 crore. This event is the first time that the PGTI has ventured onto this golf course and even the state. So
Yes.
that's really a watershed moment in more ways than one. That long may this partnership flourish and continue. We're seeing golf come into Andhra, and that'll result in a lot more players taking up the sport and hopefully flying the national flag high by representing our country internationally. The week after this, we are live at the Telangana Golconda Masters at Hyderabad Golf Association. That tournament, oh, Shivinder, that's what happens sometimes when you live by the sword, you die by it. So aggressive putts can sometimes cost you on the one coming back.
Yes, and as Shivinder and this tournament are coming towards the latter half of it, the front half being done, they've gone through their first set of 9 holes, and comes the back 9. So what that means is lesser number of holes to distance yourself from the chasing pack.
Yes, interesting point. But talk about the back nine. I also think that the back nine offers more scoring opportunities, right?
Yes, it has 3 par 5s.
And there's a par three which measures about 210. So obviously that's a rather tricky one. But on the whole, if you look at the par fours, you got the 15th measuring only 378. The 18th is a formidable hole at 448. The 17th at 376. So I think back nine, you want to see quite a few birdies, especially given the par fives and the length these players drive it. That it's going to become a little bit of a birdie fest. These trees remind us a little bit of that famous California pine drive. You can see those tall pine trees. It looks majestic, like a pathway to heaven. Still idyllic conditions. So it's showing you that the wind has died down, contrary to what I thought. The wind has sort of stabilized a little bit and not that intimidating as it was earlier in the day. So you'll see a lot more lower scores. So this leader score at 9 under, I feel this could reach up to 13 under par by the end of the day. Look at that top tracer.
Yeah, technology is evolved and you can see your ball flights in different shades and also pinpoint accuracy of how much they've flown, what trajectory they've taken. And that one seems to have not been bothered about what's happening in the atmosphere because it was.
Yeah, that's the stinger. That's what all professionals aspire to be able to hit. What Jyoti Randhawa used to hit at Delhi Golf Club first hole back in the day. So the stinger is very difficult. Requires a lot of proficiency to be able to pull that off. Requires swing speed, require compression, and also your left wrist angle at the time of impact. You really need to be leaning into that shot. So stinger, unfortunately, can only be hit by long hitters, the pure stinger, because it requires a lot of compression as well. If a medium length hitter tries to hit the stinger, he'll not have that spin rate, that high spin rate, which is required on that. So you really need to hit down on that.
So are you trying to say that it'll end up into being not a stinker and a bazinga?
Yeah, maybe that's it. Bazinga is not a bad.
Baffling the person.
Yes, it's so it'll look like a stinger, but will not have that similar control and compression. So what will happen that a medium hitter or a short hitter stinger is actually not a pure stinger. It's a lower shot which still has a movement one way or the other. It still has a dominant movement from right to left more often than not. So just to draw that moves less. But if you have a look at a long hitter stinger, from start to end there'll be very little curvature in the shot because the majority of the spin would be front to back. There would be heavy compression that makes the ball sort of rise up like an aeroplane. A kind of shot that I dreamed I would be able to hit in my entire life, but it never happened.
Hence the term bazinga.
Exactly.
Attempting, but not really sure of what's
So
happening.
I'm a proponent of the bazinga.
As we venture into the back nine of the tournament, things are getting more and more interesting as the fight between first and second is tied. Three people chasing the leader group. Sorry, the leader. Sunil, Trishul, and Shivinder. Out of which Trishul and Shivinder are the ones looking for the elusive first win.
Talking about the leader groups, I know both of us have only had very few opportunities in our career, but we had a few. I played the second leader group a few times, and it's an absolute rush to have a crowd watching you. It's never done. It can work both ways actually. If you're used to playing golf, under without the watchful eyes, it can get you a little nervous. But I really liked it, although I could always sense that the crowd was exasperated that when is this guy going to hit. I remember down south in Bengaluru at KG when I had a really good finish. It's tied 3 days after, tied third after I think 3 days or something. I was playing the second leader group. I could feel it in the gallery that please, this guy should hit now. And what that resulted in was a disastrous final day of six over and from third going to 19th. So shows you how well some players handle the limelight. But the one way that you handle the limelight well is that you expose yourself to it. So make sure that you keep coming back. As Rocky said, it doesn't matter how hard you hit. What matters is how hard you can get hit and keep coming back. So I took the route, keep get hit and don't come back. Let's see, Aditya, if you are, if you are true to Rocky's words and you come back as Rocky 10.
Yes, let's hope that there is a better version of that showing up in Jammu. I remember from last season where I was playing in the leader group and in fact had a very good start also, but then my driver decided to just crack open on me. And then the bazingas were around.
Yeah, your bazingas are rather famous, to be honest. They can catapult over a couple of fairways. You don't have the regular miss hit that just about, hugs the fairway and goes one way or the other. You like to just leave a couple of holes altogether.
Yes, some wise men had told me that if you spray, you spray enough to be away from trouble.
Yeah, you're,
But it
you're
didn't tell me that still has to be a category of dimension where you have to spray it into.
I think you're a proponent of that famous American adage, go big or go home.
Yes, more often home is the direction.
Let's see who is going to go big now on hole number 9. 9 is a par 4 measuring in at 384 yards with a leader with a really precarious shot. This is not the easiest of shots by any stretch of imagination.
Yes, absolutely not an easy hole because not only is it a slight dogleg towards left, but there is water lurking on towards the edge of the green. So you've got to be a little careful. I guess that's why Akshay's ball ended up a little off target as he wasn't really.
So on the previous hole, that was the short putt that he missed was actually his birdie putt. So would have been quite the shot that he hit off the tee.
Yeah, that
So
would
rather
be very
unfortunate to have missed the putt.
yeah, from that close out distance to not gain a shot for a player like him is a very rare sighting. Ninth hole is a bit of a dogleg with bunkers surrounding it on extremely on towards the right side of the fairway and also having water running up all the way parallel to the green. So all in all, a very tight shot. There you see the fountains, part of the water body which we were discussing.
That's a long putt almost across continents. He's done decently well. It's going to run by maybe about 6.5, 7 feet, leaving him with a right to left downhill putt.
Yeah, with the flag being all way in the back and the putt coming from pretty much the front edge of the green, I think Sunit's covered at least 50 feet of distance.
Yes.
Trishul also in a spot of bother in that heavy rough. But I guess he's got enough green to work with as there is a fair amount of distance between him and the ball. Tries to run up to the hole and has done brilliantly well. He's pin high, just a marginal directionally off. All in all, a brilliant chip from heavy rough.
Definitely had the Midas touch right there. Actually, with what appears to be his putt for par, I would presume.
Yeah, it looks like would be a par putt unless he's driven it in excess of 400 yards. It's very easy to short sight yourself when there is trouble on either sides of the green.
I think to be fair to him, that was a very difficult bunker shot. He was facing with water behind, and
Yeah, and a fairly lengthy bunker shot adds to it.
he was, he has that ability that he can change the kind of bunker shot he wants to hit. For all the amateurs watching, you saw that it pitched to the front and rode all the way to layer, which is not easy.
Which
You
is
normally
not
find
easy,
that
yes.
30, 40 yard bunker shots, they tend to have a lot more spin. So he would have taken the spin off by he sort of deadening the impact, deaden the impact and hit it behind, probably using a pitching wedge. So that requires a lot of skill to be about 15 feet from that kind of a lie with the water behind you. So I think that's, I would give that at least like maybe an 8.5 or a 10, 9 or 10 on that execution.
Yeah, nothing shying away from the skill which he has, but I'm sure he would have preferred it a little bit closer. Having said that, that's one of the more difficult bunker shots to come out of, as not only the distance is big enough, but there's water lurking behind. So he went with the smarter shot. This ball could have released a little bit more, made life a little bit more simpler for him. There's a good example of what Trishul's doing. He's got a mere formality of maybe a foot, foot and a half for his par putt, but he's gone all the way on the other side, given it all the attention it requires. So it just shows to most and all who are watching that you do not leave anything to chance, especially if you are looking to to seal in your breakthrough win, what Trishul has done, is trying to do, sorry, giving attention to detail. This is Sunit's par attempt.
Yes, absolutely. Winning a tournament, you can't leave it to chance. You got to make sure that all the pursuers and opponents are down in the dust and then some. Can't leave anything to chance. Even the final hole can have a lot of trials and tribulations. So you want to make sure that the lead is as much as possible. That's another invention this week, the multiple live feeds. So you won't miss a blink. You'll always be abreast of all the action that's happening here at the Vizag Open 2023.
Bit of a setback for Sunit after missing out on that return putt. Conditions like these, dropping a shot is very likely to happen. Anshul also has seemed to have missed his putt. Yes, and substantial drop in the conditions whereas the wind is concerned. For what we had seen in the past 8 holes, the wind seems to have gone on a standstill. Here's a look at the long hitting
It's that unique,
Samarth Dwivedi.
unique swing that he has. He tries to sort of get the club in the slot from the inside, which is, I think,
Yes.
imperative to be a long hitter, that the club must come from inside. Almost like what I tell people who are learning the game is that it should feel like a table tennis forehand, because you really need to come from the inside and rotate the shoulder. So let's see, that's what he's trying. That gives you that high draw, which goes a mile.
Yes. Samath has is got no issues of distance because he can hit a country mile, and that's a very good approach shot. Rightly measured underneath the flag should give him a very relatively easy putt to make his birdie.
Yeah, so he's laid up on this hole. This is playing to 570 yards. I would think that maybe not the kind of tee off that he would have wanted, or a more conservative strategy off the tee.
Well, the 10th hole is pretty much forcing most of the players to play it as a three-shot hole because there is a water body which is next to impossible to fly out because from the back of the tee, the carry would be in an excess of 300 yards.
Yeah, but seeing, I do remember that Abhijit Chata and quite a few events. I'm forgetting the golf course where that bunker was at about 310 yards fly. He was flying it every day almost. I think they're Ahmedabad on the back nine, that par five with water on the right hand side. Somewhere on the back nine, I can't quite remember. So these players are capable of taking on 300-yard flies.
Yes, absolutely. 300 yards fly for these players is not an impossible feat.
But it's fraught with risk, no doubt.
Of course, it is. Chada has got serious length, so does Samarth, but I guess as you come closer to the sea level, your ball, because of the humidity factor, also flies a little less.
Yeah, that's a
What we
yeah.
have realized over the years playing in different venues.
Yes, you're right. I think if you recollect, even in Bombay, the ball goes a little shorter than what you'd find normally in the Delhi summers. It goes a country mile. So yes, there is some truth to that. So the
Yes,
ball.
altitude difference definitely makes a difference on how much the ball is going to fly, given the similar strike is being put on the golf ball. In coastal regions, the ball flies a little less, and as you get towards the more hilly terrains, where the air is a little thinner, the ball has less friction of humidity and is able to fly a little bit more. This is OP's chip shot coming up from heavy rough, and he's done a remarkable job. He's hit it pin high, maybe about 2.5, 3 feet away. OP's got some really magical hands around the greens.
Use some of that magic on this putting green. Now look at the birdie attempt here for Samarth. Looks like this putt would break a little bit to his left. A little bit of that downhill, just about missed it.
Narrow call. Just missing out on that. Would have moved him a little bit further closer to the leaders. But nonetheless, 2 more par fives for him to come.
Yeah, that's always something that a long hitter can look forward to. A par 5. And as we have a look at the dual screens, let's also have a look at how our players are faring so far. And from the lower end, we're seeing a lot of high scores today, so showing that the golf course is bearing its proverbial fangs. Players beyond the 30s are really tumbling down. Back nine is proving rather difficult. We're seeing a lot of big numbers as well. So, contrary to what I thought, that the back nine would yield quite a few birdies, it seems like it's proving to be quite difficult for the players.
Yes, the back nine is, if you look at what's happening around with the scoring, back nine has not been kind. Some really big numbers have come into play with some seriously talented players. It's amazing to see that player of Sudhir's caliber has ended up with a 9 on a par 5. Sudhir is a very established, decorated player, has a few course records to his name. But such is the nature of this game. Sometimes it's a monkey on your shoulder, which is difficult to shake off. I'm sure with a player of Sudhir's capability, it's just a matter of a few holes when he quickly turns it around. So a slight change again, which we will keep consistently seeing from the looks of it, is after the front nine being done for the leaders, Akshay has dropped a shot on the ninth hole, and Trishul's consistent par attempts, followed with 2 birdies, have given him a share of the lead once more. So the lead is being shared by Trishul and Akshay, with a close pursuit from Shivinder Sunit. And Rajiv Kumar Jetiwal from Chandigarh finds himself at a new high of tied fifth with Sanju and Samarth at 4 under par. The birdie on the 12th hole has moved him up substantially. It's a very good move by him in the right direction. Here's a look at what Sanju has in front of him.
It was looking
It was looking very good, but seems
ran
to
out of
have
steam.
run out of steam and also dived quite sharp on towards the left side.
Yeah, that was gravity taking over. MD Sanju. It says we were having a look at some of the scores and trials and tribulations of the field. Beyond the 25th position, there are hardly any under par rounds. There is Mandar, there's Prashar, Anirudh, and Arjun Puri, as well as Shamim Khan were under par for the day, one under. And even on the 16th position, Sukra Bahadur is over par. So over par definitely seems to be the flavor of the day, even though you have so many par fives. They're barely, I think, about 8 to 9 rounds that are under par, and the best is only a couple. So showing you that it's proving rather difficult. That's just obviously that owing to the conditions.
Yes, here's a look at the shot tracer. Beautiful ball flight by the player. Not easy to pick up the ball, but this new age technology allows us to see what's happening to the ball flight with a pattern of how it has traveled. Not only direction wise, but also gives you the
Yeah, it'll
apex of
be
what's happening.
interesting to see yours, especially when you're not on song.
I'm sure.
No, I'm hoping you're on song the next week, but generally we should have a short tracer with you when you're playing rounds.
Of course, I don't think technology can catch the ball that far
Good one, good one.
in those many direct tangents.
Yes, brilliant. As we have a look at the 11th hole. 11th hole is 144 yards. So definitely game on. It's the target time here on this short par 3. Let's see how the players can do here. Nothing more than a 9 and for majority of the players.
Yes, wouldn't be surprised to see some really brilliant shots, as you will already have seen are seeing two set of golf balls in a very close proximity.
I think what is happening is that the players are not able to hold too many putts beyond 10, 15 feet. Three putts are not too many, but normally you see a lot of hole outs while players are putting from 15, 20, 25 feet range. It's not so much the story this week.
Yes, it seems to be the case because which just could mean only one thing, that the greens have more character to themselves from what we can see on the television. Because there's no dearth or shortage of talent with the players, but there are some golf courses where the greens in themselves post a very big challenge in reading them right. Small slight undulations, sometimes triple breakers. Not very easy to hold out putts like that.
Yeah, I think there's a subtle break on each one of the holes. There seems to be that's a leaf or a big inundation. I can't quite make out what that is. It looks like a divot actually on the green.
Prakash and Samarth have found the dance floor on the correct level.
Samarth would really benefit by OP's putt. It'll teach him a lot about the line and the break and so on and so forth.
We just saw Sanju's ball dive in a lot on from where Om Prakash had hit it. Of course, from a shorter distance, but there is a right to left dive on this.
Yes, will be interesting to see how Om Prakash can traverse this putt. And just to update you, Akshay Sharma still leads the tournament at 8 under par alongside Trishul Chenappa, who's also at 8 under par. Following them is Shivinder Sisodia, Sunit Bishnoi, and Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal has made another birdie and moved to 5th position.
Yes, your underdog is really fighting hard.
Yes, I think if he is to ever win a tournament, this would be the kind of golf course that maybe he does. Now only 4 shots behind Aditya. You never know. He could. This could be a Cinderella story. I hope that it does happen, although it's difficult. But
Well, it could be a Cinderella story either which ways, because Trishul, Shivinder, MD Sanju, and Rajiv Kumar Jetiwal all are looking for that first elusive win.
Yes, absolutely. But
But yes, I understand.
if you look at the pedigree of players, but the younger lot obviously have so much more firepower. They've look at that chip shot by Shivinder.
Narrowly missing out on a hole out.
I think it's become such a power game in the last few years that if you're not belting it, it can now almost be a little demoralizing, I feel, for a lot of the players if you're playing a tournament and your co-players are belting it 30 yards by you. It's just not the same. I was just telling you, I played alongside Sapta Cannon this tournament that I played, and Suresh Sharma and Saptak was hitting it pretty long, and consistently at about 290, 300 and drawing it. So when you have that kind of length and consistency, it's really tough for other players. Obviously, playing after so long, seeing that all the players have gained yardage, so it's or maybe I've lost a lot of yardage as well. That's just true, but on the whole, you're seeing players are confident in driving greens at about 320, 330, even on tight holes. So that's the difference.
Yeah, that's true. Distance with direction is the way to go for anybody who's looking to make a mark on this tour.
Yes, when you go to see, if you're ever at a range at an international event, you see these better players. You see that there's hardly any spray or deviation, even when they're hitting drivers on the European PGA tours and so on and so forth. You'll see that there's a lot of repetition, and that's what makes the difference. It's length with repetition. Now, the great thing is that the Indian players have similar length. It's just that they need to get more exposure and repetition. Otherwise, nothing's really stopping them.
Absolutely. With the hard work these boys are putting in, it's just a matter of few seasons where they are as prepped as anybody out there in the world order.
And also having a look at the tournaments and what's in store as we head towards the business end of things on the Professional Golf Tour of India. The next week, you will witness the Telangana Golconda Masters at Hyderabad Golf Association. The tournament will offer a prize fund of 1 crore, with Manu Gandas being the defending champion. Then October, first week of October, you'll have the JNK Open 2023 presented by JNK Tourism, with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu being the defending champion. The tournament will offer a prize fund of 50 lakh. Then towards the end of October, you'll have the Haryana Open presented by Wonder Cement. This tournament will offer a prize fund of rupees 1 crore. Then in November, you have a jam-packed schedule with the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports, worth 1.5 crore of prize fund, defending champion Gaganjeet Buller. Then 22nd November, you have the Indian Oil Server Masters 2023 presented by Indian Oil. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, the defending champion. As you have a look at the top 10 scores, towards the end of November, you have the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational, a massive tournament with a legend hosting that tournament, and the tournament worth 2 crore. Warren Parekh, the defending champion of that tournament. And then in December, the final month of the schedule, have the SSP Chaurasia Invitational being played out at Royal Calcutta Golf Club for INR 1 CR. Manu Gandas again, the defending champion. Then you have the Jaipur Open at Rambagh, and that is going to be worth 1 crore. With kind courtesy, the drone shots. You can see players honing their skills on the putting green. That's as the old adage used to go: drive for show, putt for dough. I think that very much still remains true on a golf course such as this one, the East Point Golf Club. With Chima. Some of the highlights from earlier today. Kevin Steve Regal being out here for the first time on the Professional Golf Tour of India, enjoying the conditions. There you can see the anguish of missing that bird. A little bit about this tournament. This is the inaugural Vizag Open, the 11th event of the 2023 Tata Steel PGTI season, with the PGTI making its debut at the East Point Golf Club in the city of Visakhapatnam and the state of Andhra Pradesh. The East Point Golf Club is PGTI's 47th venue and 43rd venue in India. So it shows you that has covered the length and breadth of not only our great country but even four in neighboring countries. This tournament carries a prize fund of 1 crore. And the par for the course is 72 at East Point Golf Club, with the total yardage being a modest 6,871 yards, and that's considered fairly benign by international standards. So it's an easy golf course in terms of length, but obviously there are other factors that have aided to make this golf course more difficult. My apologies. Notably, the five par threes, adding a tinge of difficulty in addition to the rough, which is rather unfriendly this week. The tournament is supported by host venue East Point Golf Club, powered by partners VPR Builders and Devi Seafoods, associate partners Steel City Securities Limited, SRK Infra, Nikanthi, Vishwa Samudra, Ultra Dimensions Group, Loris Labs, GMM Folder, and Soma Developers, as well as hospitality partner Novotel, Varun Beach, Vishakhapatnam. The tournament had a field of 126 players, including 123 professionals and 3 amateurs, out of which we've seen a total of 53 survive the cut, which was called at 2 over par. Some of the prominent foreign names in the field include Sri Lankan Enthanga Raja and Mithun Pereira, Bangladesh's Badal Hussain and MK Akbar Hussain, Nepal's Sukrabad Rai, Andorra's Kevin Steve Regel, and Canada's Sukhraj Singh Gill. The local challenge is led by professional S. Muthu, Rahman Mehboob Sharif, and amateurs Bharat Kolapudi, Kanugla Srinivas, and S. Nishchit Arya Reddy. As we go back to the live action here at hole number 12, MD Sanju, who we saw hole out in style earlier in the day. The leaders still remain the same, Trishul Chanapa and Akshay Sharma.
Looks like dark clouds in the background. They should make things a little bit interesting. Because if I'm not wrong, there seems to be a slight drizzle, is it?
Yeah, there could be lightning and a thunder
Yeah.
with that famous song. And let's see what Anshul Patel does here. That's what you call perfection, almost. Brilliant shot there. Shows you that he had very little room, and it's getting worse. I think I jinxed it by calling it perfection, but it pitched right on, and not sure if he could have done much more.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he could have done much more because he really sent it high up in the skies, but still the ball just kept rolling and rolling and rolling.
Yeah, the ball had a mind of its own.
I guess the winds are back up again with the flag fluttering. The wind was just playing havoc on the players' minds. That okay, I'm gone, but now it seems to be back with a vengeance.
Yeah, making it rather difficult for these players. Hole number 12. Placed to a yardage of 527 yards, the par 5. So it's a hole that has seen a lot of birdies today. Hole number 12. 527 means that a lot of the longer hitters would only be getting a driver and an iron. Aditya?
Yeah, with the hitting distance capabilities of these players, it should be definitely within reach for all of them. And if what we'd been noticing, this hole also appears to be playing serious downwind, another welcome bonus for anybody. 12th hole has already witnessed an eagle by the youngster Shaurya Binu, your namesake. But in general, if you look at what's happening in the scoring vicinity of the back nine, it's playing a shade or two more gray than the front nine, as a lot of people are having difficulties managing or contouring through the back nine. Anshul seems to have left it a little shorter than he would have liked for his par attempt. Breathtaking views, and I think it's just my eyes playing havoc with me. Otherwise, most of the players would have had their umbrellas out by now.
I think the threat of rain doesn't seem imminent.
Yeah, here's another twin look at the live feeds, live feed 1 and 2, in which you can see Supra lining up his birdie attempt versus Sunit and Trishul along with Akshay marching onto the green of hole number 11. Both have hit it in pretty much identical locations where Samarth and Om Prakash had hit. Supra narrowly missing out on his birdie putt. I would definitely like to have a conversation with these players post their round to understand what's happening on the greens, because they are playing a trick or two with the minds of the players. Not easy to hole out birdies.
Yes, you've seen not too many birdies here. A lot of it owing to the condition and the wind primarily. And we've seen the difficulty that the greens have caused. So we've also gotten a reminder that today is India versus Australia. So a lot of action in store for you. First, you watch the golf. It helps you warm up. And then you watch cricket as well. Both great sports that will be coming to you soon.
Sunit pretty much on the similar line and distance of where Om Prakash had putted out from. So from what we had gauged from his line is that there is This is a slightly slower putt and breaks quite a bit from your right to left. Let's see if Sunit is all the way dialed in. Yeah, this green seems to have played its trick with Sunit also, as he seems to have left it short and didn't read the amount of break there was on this.
What's your take on this multiple windows? How do you think that helps you act or follow the action?
Yes, it gives you a different array of shots being played at the same time, and you can pick and choose what do you want to see. A shot being hit out of the fairway or a putt being played on a green. Two windows, different worlds of opportunities to watch and enjoy from. Great initiative by AVP for coming out and being and supporting professional golf tour and giving an ample opportunity for one and all to see how golf is being played by the best of athletes, best of professionals in our country, and a few from different sides of the world. Akshay almost had the break. You would have seen how far right he had played it. Maybe a roll more of steam and it would have found the bottom of the hole. So yes, 12th hole is playing not as easy as somebody would think. But your dear friend Rajiv Jatiwal had a cakewalk on it with a birdie.
Shows you that he's definitely walking in rarefied air.
Yes, it would be fun to watch him catapult himself a little bit closer to the leaders as he finds himself tied fifth all the way till ninth with Samarth Om Prakash, Sarthak, and Sanju. Five players tied at fifth position at 4 under par. Three running hot pursuit of the leader. Now, here is a look at the leaderboard. Akshay finds himself at top of the leaderboard once again, standalone at 8 under par. Shivinder, Sunit, and Trishul in the closest vicinity of chasing pack at 7 under par, followed by Rajiv, Sarthak, Mohammad Sanju, Om Prakash Chauhan, and Samarth Dwivedi, all tied for fifth position at 4 under par. And Kevin is at tied 10th along with Jairaj Singh Sandhu. So interesting time in round 3 of the Vizag Open 2003 played at Vishakhapatnam is in front and is live and is being broadcasted on multiple platforms for you to sit and enjoy your Friday afternoon by seeing some beautiful stellar golf being played. And our recommendation, if you're in the city, is go and watch it live at the venue, Vizag Golf Club, which is East Point Golf Club also.
Yes, it's a great addition to already the burgeoning list of golf courses that are associated with the Professional Golf Tour of India. And I'm pretty certain that this tournament will become a regular stop on our tour and will produce some worthy champions. You've seen that the oppressive conditions will definitely bring the best out of these players. Akshay Sharma still leading the pack. It's been a difficult afternoon thus far. He's one over for the day, not the kind of day that he would have been envisioning, but he's hanging in there, and that's what matters because uh, if you let go, then that can be a lot more difficult on the final day. It's not really going his way, but he's grinding it out, and that's how champions are made under adversity. He has won on the Professional Golf Tour of India previously, so he knows the secret sauce. Shivinder, on the other hand, hasn't. So, but he's come close, knocking quite a few times.
Yeah, so very recently, Shivinder's moved into the practice facility where I have the opportunity to also practice. I'm going to definitely have a look at what he's doing with a microscopic lens and try and cut, copy, paste it myself because he's doing a wonderful job of being very close to the leader by just a mere shot at 7 under par.
We're also seeing that due to these kind of conditions, players are able to grind it out, are actually climbing up on the leaderboard. This is a rarity that we see on a moving day. Otherwise, you normally associate the moving day with a ton of birdies and eagles. And as far as we can see, there's only the solitary eagle today on hole number 12 by my namesake,
Yes.
Mr. Shaurya Binu on hole number 12. So
The youngster Shaurya Binu.
shows you that these par fives, even though they don't offer much resistance in terms of distance, so to speak, but they're not yielding too many birdies or eagles. It's obviously because the golf course has narrow fairways, the greens are narrow, and the rough is up. So if you look at it, it makes quite a dangerous concoction.
Yeah, some of these holes have.
But one thing I like is that this golf course is not really playing to the long hitters. It's not really playing in his, to his advantage, not making it that easy for them. Because you see, most of the water bodies start at about 260, all the way up to 290 sometimes on the par five. So if you really want to, flirt with eagle or a two on, you really need to also factor in the bogey or double that can come by hitting the hazard. So it really does force a lot of the long hitters to make that difficult choice. Do I go for it or lay up? Otherwise, they're always going hell for leather with the driver. So this is the kind of golf course that evens out the playing field, which is something I'm in favor of because I think it broadens the field. It gets in a lot more players into the fray.
Yes, that it does. Especially when you have five par fives on a golf course which measures at 6,800 yards. To a mere person, it would feel like there will be ample opportunities to score and birdie. But from what we can see, the best in the country are not being able to do it as freely as what we would have thought. Just goes to show that the golf course in itself has some adverse challenges which are real and possessed some serious threats.
Yes, obviously, it's not the players are having to apply themselves, especially on these par five. You're seeing them take the cautious approach, and that's good because the long hitter and the medium hitter or the short hitter are sort of put on a level playing field, and that's how you sort of see the best emerge. As you have a look at Shivinder, seems to have pulled it a little bit. Yeah, unfortunate. Just I think he ran out of steam.
Just ran out of half a roll, is what I can guess.
Yeah, looks like it. Shivinder still finds himself one shot behind. Also, would like to appraise our viewers that the Professional Golf Tour of India is also affiliated with the official World Ranking Golf points and the World Ranking system, and that's why the top five positions do get World Ranking points, and that's a very important distinction in terms of domestic tours. There are not many that can actually boast that affiliation. So we see our players, and even the numero uno at the end of the year gets playing rights onto the DP World Tour, which Manu Gandas is enjoying at this current point in time and making the most of. He's been able to make a couple of cuts as well, so not too bad. And have some good finishes as well. It's really interesting to see this golf course and the renovation that it's gone through, and that's visible in these holes. Each one of them has a unique character And 16th apparently has a special place amongst the green staff and the people who've done the renovation. It's a very tricky little par three. As we have a look at that top tracer, showing you the different ball flights being employed by the players here. We'd also encourage you to join the live streams. You can watch us on ABP Live or even Eurosport. And we'd encourage you to follow our social media channels and let us know what you're liking, what you like more of. Ask your questions, ask us about the game of golf. We'll try and tell you, try and make it fun for you. If you want us to share any information about how these big professionals prepare for tournament golf or anything else related, not only to golf, even life. Aditya seems to be in a philosophical mood. Maybe we can talk about the teachings of Aristotle or Sun Tzu, the art of war. We never know. It's all possible here. Currently, the art of war is being played out in real time. Akshay Sharma, Shivendra Sisodia, Sudhir Bishnoi, Trishul. One of the great things that Sun Tzu spoke of in the art of war: never let your opponent know when you're strong, appear weak, and when you're weak, appear strong. So maybe Akshay is employing some of that. He's like, I'm just saving the gas for the next day, and then I'll come on, I'll just unleash my game onto the rest of the field. He's saving his best for last.
That is definite way to look at it, because Akshay somehow or the other is keeping himself a shot ahead of the chasing pack. When the day began, he had a 3-shot lead, and now is down to 1.
Yes, he's seeing that wilt away in front of his eyes, but he's being steadfast. And he must be, because there's a lot of pedigree on show. There's only 5 shots between the first position and the 10th, as you can see the scores. As you did see the scores for a brief while before they vanished. And you see this cross country putt, which again has vanished. So now we go to another hole. We're playing a little bit of a game of cat and mouse, and that's the game that is being played on the top of the leaderboard as well, my friend.
Yes, with a series of players within a handful of shots to catch up with the leaderboard, this is shaping up to be a very interesting weekend. Friday is coming out to you. Sorry, Friday live coverage from Vizag 2023 is coming out live to you by ABP.
Yes, kind courtesy, this partnership between the ABP network and the Professional Golf Tour of India and Eurosport. This is the triumvirate that we needed. And now it's taking golf global. As the Professional Golf Tour of India's tagline, taking Indian golf global. I think now it's taking global golf global, because you have international golfers in the fray. You have world ranking points. It's no longer just a domestic tour. It's a open international tour, open for anyone. So it's really a fantastic platform for players to cut their teeth and get ready for bigger international tournaments. There's some meaty tournaments here in terms of prize money, and that's why you're seeing that it's a favorite destination is the Professional Golf Tour of India. So it's good. It's coinciding with the economic boom, the boom in professional golf in India.
Yes, speaking of booms, Sunit seems to have boomed it a little longer than he would have liked, and has gone past the flag and has found himself in a little bit of a spot of bother.
Yeah,
As this rough is playing a little bit.
Yeah, and I also think that when you overshoot the green, and the rough normally grows against you, So that's the prevailing theory. I don't know if that is the case in this particular instinct, but if it is instance, it's going to be quite difficult. You talking about a shot where the ball is nestled down and the grass is growing against you. That's the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, but on the hindsight, being a little long on a par 5 is always a good thing.
I can't quite remember the last time I was too over the green on a par five. That's a luxury. That's almost like a badge of honor, like an epaulet that you can wear on your shoulders. That yes, I'm somebody who can go behind the green on a par five and two.
Yes, behind can be three-dimensional point of view.
Yes, let's say overshoot the green.
Sunit would definitely be making a serious attempt towards getting that shot back
Seems to
and
have
catching up to the leaders. Seems to be going a little aerial.
yes, rather aggressive. Let's see how he does.
The attempt was definitely aggressive, but
Do you think? I think that's where I know that hindsight is 2020 vision, but I think that was not the right choice.
all right. We have our media head, Mr. Nikhil Kalan, taking over the department and will be giving you some piece of advice.
Yes, he's going to be giving. Are we talk-
A very good afternoon to all our viewers. I'm joined today by Mr. MSN Raju, the Honorary Secretary of the East Point Golf Club. He's played a major role in the development of this magnificent course and in also helping stage an event over here, a PGTI event, as the PGTI makes its debut at East Point Golf Club and in the city of Visakhapatnam and the state of Andhra Pradesh. So let's hear it from Mr. MSN Raju. Sir, I would like to ask you, first of all, tell us a little bit about the history of this course and the development of this course.
East Point Golf Club was established in 1884 in the city present Oda Park. In 1964, it was shifted here with 100 acres land. Then they started developing fairways and greens. First 3-4 holes, then 9 holes, then 12 holes, 13 holes, like that 18 holes it was developed. In between, some land was again taken back for the roads development by the government. We thought of doing the PGTI level course with 6,890 meters, but the land is not sufficient. Again, we requested the government in 2016. Government allotted us 12 acres land in 2018. Then our managing committee thought to have a greens committee to develop the world-class champion course. Then the greens committee was formed. The work was started in 2018 end, and I was also headed as a Greens Committee chairman. In 2021 February, we made the total course to the standards of a PGTI level and dedicated to the city of Visakhapatnam. Admiral Karambir Singh, Chief of Naval Staff India, has inaugurated it. Many celebrities also came. Now BCCI President Rohgar Binni, Kirmani, and Charu Sharma, like that, so many, for that inauguration. It is all with the help of our Navy, also a part in this. Our patron-in-chief and president will be the Navy. From Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, from our members. A very cordial relation in both of us. For development, our members, and in city, non-playing golfers, sponsors, and playing golfers also contributed a lot, their time, service, and money. Like that, we we got in GIA Summit 2022 at the best renovated golf course in India award. Then it came to know all the people, yes, EPGC is such a great course is there. Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi called through our Nandan Heblekar, who is the consultant of the golf course, to me once. I told, you come here, you see the facility, and we can have a talk and decide about holding the PGTI. After coming here, he was very impressed about our course, but he had, sir, accommodation, we have to create accommodation to players minimum 50% in the club. That is the lacking, he told. Now we advised so many hotels here, all level of hotels, all stars from first star to 5 star. You please take, but our course made him to conduct it. Then about the prize money and the what we have to give to PGTI, those are all negotiated in another 15-20 days. By July 1st, we concluded, yes, we are holding the tournament. In our course, actually, the new trend is having capillary bunkers. And in rainy season, we found some areas, only 10% areas, water stagnation. For that drainage system, these capillary bunkers and the bridges also, we used wood earlier. Those also spoiling to the weather conditions. We want to make it concrete, deck sheet bridges. And our course didn't have a pathway how any visitor or any truck or any cart has to move. We planned with our consultant one way, and we made that also ready. Now you can reach everywhere without, in a heavy rain also without mud. Like that, these 4 jobs we started 2 months back. Out of 32 days rain also, we have completed. Our Greens Committee has worked day and night. And now also our committee members and different committees. See, Vizag, this club, particularly East Point Club, very great harmony among the members. That is the greatest thing in EPGC, including Navy also. They used to help us in all respects. Like that, this is happened with the cooperation and teamwork, all the members at that great level, as we have to hold the PGTI that will lead us to the world map, and the rest of the world also knows about EPGC, and EPGC should become a golfing destiny. Our city is a city of destiny, and it is famous for hospitality. Whatever national and international conventions happens, everybody goes with a great memories. And elsewhere they will not get such feeling, because the people are so loving here, Visakhapatnam. The vibrations of Visakhapatnam are always peaceful and very positive. That makes every guest very happy here. Then we made the driving range also ready for 250 meters. 2 months back, Mr. Indrajit Balatia was taken as a consultant for a junior golf program. We are the #1 in India for junior golf club. Now our aim is having a great course, driving range and a junior program. We want to produce so many national players from EPGC is our present motto. And whatever you have asked for accommodation and all that also, we are requesting our government to give some permission for making a clubhouse building. I think in future we'll get it. If we got it, no doubt it is international level, having all the best facilities. Any country they can fly, stay, play and go. The major advantage in Visakhapatnam EPGC is because it is not that much crowded. The learners is a heaven it is. You can get a slot in the driving range with the coach, with the course slot. Some places you could not get. Many places they are avoiding the junior program because senior members itself they could not provide the slot. Here we are taking up the junior program as a major thing. After PGTI, our aim is to have a nice clubhouse building, and it will become a internationally best destination for golf.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for hosting us here. A big.
You felt it all these 4 days? How do you felt Vizag EPGC, this PGTI tournament?
Well, I can speak on behalf of the players. I think they've all relished this experience. They've enjoyed each and every moment of it, and you can see it on their Instagram reels, on social media. They've been sharing it on their reels. How much they've liked playing here, coming down here to Visakhapatnam and playing here. And of course, the scenery over here, they are enjoying while playing. They are taking in the sights of the area. So it's a big thank you to EPGC, to you, to all the committee members for hosting us here, for having us here, and for sharing your insights, valuable insights on the course and telling us about the history. Thank you, sir, and wish you all the best for the future. May we continue to come here year on year, every year.
We welcome you always. You please hold on your tournaments every year here.
Thank you, sir. It's back to the commentators in the studio.
There were some kind, gracious words by the Honorary Secretary, Mr. M.S.N. Raju, and Mr. Nikhil Kalan from the Professional Golf Tour of India, who is such an integral cog towards all the media efforts of our tour. And it shows you how much this tournament means to the committee and the secretary, really laying out all that they have done, and also their initiatives towards junior golf, where he also mentioned Mr. Bhalotia, who's a professional golfer himself, having a key part in that initiative. So that's great that not just professional golf, they're also working towards grassroots development, and they're looking at it from a longer term perspective. That's very nice. And only with that kind of intent and initiative can you have such big grand level championships being played out.
Of course, yes. EP East Point Golf Club has put in a lot of effort, a lot of intent, as what we heard from the Honorary Secretary. The direction and vision is absolutely bang on in the correct direction, involving not only Indrajit, but also putting in a driving range, bringing in a junior program is the best way to go forward for the overall development and growth of this game. And having Professional Golf Tour of India coming here for the first time will definitely bring in a few more footfall and add to the character of this beautiful golf club.
Yeah, I think competition is the only thing that breeds innovation, that stands true in every part in life. And when you bring in professional golf, the best Indian and international golfers to the footstep of your beautiful state and this majestic city, it only adds to the flavor of the rich culture and heritage that is Vishakhapatnam.
Beautiful drone shots of the city and the golf course just go back and show that environment is a very close part of our system which we need to appreciate, and all these photographs, all these drone shot videos showcase how much effort East Point Golf Club has put in to give the best of playing conditions to the professionals.
A little bit of background about the economy and the history of Vishakhapatnam. It is one of the 100 fastest growing cities in the world. That's no mean feat, which has a GDP of approximately 43.5 billion. It is the ninth richest city in India. It is a seafood. It's the usual seafood exporting capacity of the harbor is 115,000 tons. And during financial year 2015, it topped seafood exports in terms of value among other ports. Vishakhapatnam port and Gangavaram port are the two ports of the city. And the former one topped charts with which handled 60 million tons of cargo during financial year 2016-17. The Hindustan shipyard undertakes building and repairing of the naval fleet.
Yes, quite a bit of achievement, not only in terms of golf, but the city is booming up in a very rapid pace. It was a very close call by Sunit on the 13th hole, and from a sizable distance, must have looked really, really good from that far out.
Hole number 13, the ominous 13th. It's a 185-yard par 3. It's seen fairly consistent scoring somewhere just over 3, not yielding too many birdies, having a couple of bogeys and a few other scores like double bogeys, so on and so forth. So par is a fairly good score on this hole.
Narrowly missing out on his putt is Trishul. Well, all three, Akshay, Sunit, and Trishul, birdied and made most of the par 5 opportunity on the 12th hole. So that's a step in the correct direction. All three of them are at Akshay being alone at the leader, being 9 under par. Both Sunit and Trishul are at 8 under par, a shot behind him.
It's been a serried day on top of the leaderboard. Not many deep numbers. Overall, just we're seeing the number of under par rounds also dwindling.
Yeah, because the golf course is posing quite a few challenges.
Yeah, we're seeing the players are dropping shots even on the par fives. We're seeing a few drop shots on the par fives. The par four ninth has played quite difficult. Par four sixth also seeing a lot of bogeys. So there are a few holes that the players are finding difficult to navigate.
Yes,
Ninth measuring only 384 yards is still been very difficult for the players.
I guess the water body on the right hand side is playing a little bit of a havoc on the ninth hole, as we saw quite a few people bowing out from the flag which is tucked in the water, and everybody is trying to access the left half of the green.
Let's see if Akshay can hold that. What we also seen, the 10th par 5 has only yielded 2 birdies. So showing you how difficult the par 5 is playing. So unique in the way that this golf course plays it. It has its own unique sets of challenges that the players must overcome.
Yeah, especially the hole numbers 16, 17, 18, 16 being a long par 3 is not playing in the wheelhouse of most of the players. As if you look at the scoring area, scores would have been projected. There's more drop shots than usual in just the stretch of these 3 holes.
Yes, you're right about that. So it sort of a mini amen corner, if you may.
And that also in the closing half.
Yes. So the leaders have now finished 13 holes with 5 holes to go. So this is what they call the moving day. So now many players have been able to go deep today. The best round thus far has been 2 under par. So I think that also goes to show you that the pin placement done by our tournament committee has also been handled really well, because it's added to the degree of difficulty that is already present on this golf course owing to the rough. So um, it's definitely going to be an interesting final day here as we have a look at that practice range in the foreground.
Yeah, the newly added 250 meters practice range means you can actually go about and work on your game of all aspects.
Absolutely. On the golf course, we have Anirudh Kamiredhyapalli at 2 under par for the day. So going along really well. Then we have Arjun Puri, 1 under. We have Gaurav Pratap Singh and Udyan Mane, both 1 under for the day. And Harinder Gupta, the best round thus far at 2 under par. And Sunit Bishnoi also at 2 under par, which is currently the best round. I mean, I can't quite recollect such a difficult third day.
Yes, absolutely. Nor can I. That just means that the golf course is showing its teeth.
Yes, it's
Also, having said that, this is the first time that ever professional golf tour of India has ventured out here. So I guess maybe the second or the third time around we'll witness a little bit better scoring. Not that this is not good scoring, but as in how you get more comfortable with the venue, it reflects on the way you swing, it reflects on the way you score.
yes, absolutely. Familiarity sort of makes it easier, as opposed to the common knowledge that familiarity breeds contempt. In this case, maybe familiarity breeds lower scores as you go to hole number 15.
Yes, absolutely. The better you're familiar with a track, which is the layout of the golf course, there comes a certain degree of comfort which helps you perform, if not a couple of shades, at least a shade or two better.
Yes, definitely. Not too bad a place to be out today. The sun's not really blaring. The weather's not too oppressive. The wind is inconsistent. Overall, golfers have enjoyed really nice playing conditions. It's another thing that playing conditions are difficult, but they're enjoyable nevertheless.
Yes, even on a hot day, temperature wise, if the wind is up, it makes it relatively breathable easy.
Yes, that's another thing I noticed. The day we play golf, the humidity was really high, and that makes it difficult to breathe as well. I think there is a certain amount of fitness as far as even cardio is concerned that you face on the hardest days. And I don't know if you remember when Tiger was in his peak in the US Open, there was a particular US Open where it was really hot. And he said, I really like it that the conditions are oppressive. That's when I separate myself even more. So see that the toughest conditions really do test all the players. That's a pull. Straight pull there by Cheraj.
Tiger Woods and playing conditions are, the harder they get, the better he's performed and showcased his individualistic talent, which for the likes of pretty much no one has ever seen. He just comes out and gives it his best and turns out to be the best of the day.
Exactly.
On more often than not.
I don't know if we are going to see that sort of domination on a global scale. You thought that Rory might come close, but it's not been easy. You've seen Brooks Koepka win major championships, but nobody's quite been able to do what Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods did in terms of domination.
Jack and Tiger they've played this sport on a level which mere mortals cannot even try and compete. Of course, there are exceptions to the rules of people who are trying to achieve it, but they have taken it to, let's just call it, god level status.
Exactly. They've
Hence the
really been able to.
GOT.
Yeah. Yes, they've been able to dominate at stretches and been untouchable in that aspect. And I think the closest that comes to our mind, if we think of Indian golf, is Mukesh Kumar's dominance on the domestic scene, been very dominant. And talking about that, let's have a look at who is going to be the dominant player winning this week.
Yes, there is a real corridor of uncertainty over here because the people at the top of the helm are pretty closely tied up. Akshay sitting pretty at 9, but very, very close hot pursuit is Sunit and Trishul. Not very far away is the current order of merit leader, Om Prakash.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Take the beautiful Dolphin Nose trophy home for the very first time. Let's see who's the very first winner of that beautiful trophy.
Yes, it's rather going to be interesting on moving day. Moving day for the majority of players has been a sliding day. There has been sort of unbridled move to the bottom, for the bottom half of the field. Unfortunately, they have not been able to contend with the difficult conditions, and especially on the back nine, we've seen quite a few double bogeys, triple bogeys, drop shots, and let's see how our top 10 players are able to navigate the back nine. So far, so good. We're seeing that the players within the top 10 are all under par, apart from Mohammad Sanju, who's 1 over par. So they've been faring well. Samarth, they are also 2 over par. Rest of them been doing rather well. Our man Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal still hanging in there at 3 under par. So keeping alive that chance of an outside shot at victory. Just for viewers who are joining us, we like to tell you that quite a few tournaments lined up after this one. We go over to Hyderabad, then to Jammu, then to Panchkula, Chandigarh, Digboy, Gurugram, Kolkata, Jaipur, and then finally back to Jamshedpur for the season finale. So a lot of golf to be played, a lot of different parts of the country to be visited. And then we have in January, we have the Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school. So that's going to be something quite interesting.
Yes, that is going to definitely be interesting for all the people who are looking to get playing privileges on the Professional Golf Tour of India. That's the acid test for the season.
Yes, that's one place that regular golfers never want to go. You don't want to be teeing up in that tournament. That's a different kind of pressure altogether. If you ever imagine playing a tournament that decides your fate for the entire year, it decides whether you'll get tournaments, whether you get to play, the regular big tournament, and that's a lot of weight, especially now given the amount of competition. We have 3 pre-qualifying schools, then you have a qualifying school. So it's not even just like a couple of days of work. You actually have to pre-qualify, then again play the main qualifying. So a lot of work required in order to safeguard your playing rights on the Professional Golf Tour of India. As we go over to hole number 15, you can see these greens, how narrow they are. Maybe about 15 to 20 yards at most, narrow and long. It's never a good combination for the golfer. In fact, the other way around is a lot easier. If you have, in terms of width, if you have wide greens, but where the depth is not that much, somehow that's a little easier as opposed to playing narrow greens. Because if you have wide greens, which have less depth, you can still miss it short and try and make an up and down. But on these narrow greens, it's very difficult to miss it flag high and not be in the rough. So that's what makes things a lot more difficult. My co-commentator seems to be deep in thought, in a pensive mood, contemplative.
मैं बस ये सोच रहा था कि अगले साल जनवरी में प्रोफेशनल गोल्फ टूर ऑफ इंडिया का जो क्वालिफाइंग स्कूल होगा, उसमें आपके साल भर का परिश्रम, साल भर की मेहनत, जो दाव आप खेलने जाएंगे, उसके लिए किस तरीके की तैयारी के बाद में किस तरीके का अनुभव होता है, उसके बारे में क्या विचारधारा है आपकी?
मैं तो ये सोचता हूँ कि वो एक ऐसा संघर्ष है जो सबको करना पड़ता है। अगर आप पूरे साल अच्छा नहीं खेल पाए तो ये तो लाजमी आपको जाना पड़ेगा वहाँ खेलने, एंड उससे बच नहीं सकते। मुश्किल है काफ़ी, क्योंकि पूरी दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ खिलाड़ी आते हैं खेलने। आप देखते हैं कि अलग-अलग हमारे देश के राज्य से और विदेश से खिलाड़ी आते हैं खेलने, और महज़ 50 से 60 स्पॉट रहते हैं जो अपना कार्ड कमा सकते हैं। तो मुश्किल है, क्योंकि आपको प्रेशर से जूझना पड़ता है, मेहनत रहती है। तो मेरी तो यही राय होगी कि जहाँ तक आप अपना टॉप 60 को बचा पाएँ, आप ये करिए, अपना कार्ड रखिए, क्योंकि वो एक जो मैच है वो पूरे साल आपको पूरा साल उस पे निर्भर होता है। तो किसी को भी ये कोई भी खिलाड़ी नहीं चाहता कि मैं वहाँ फिर से पहुँच जाऊँ, बट अगर पहुँच गए तो फिर तो आपको जी समस्या में पड़ गए तो फिर निकलना भी आपने। उसमें फ़ोकस करके खेलना है। वो ऐसा मैच नहीं है जो आपको जीतना है। वो आपको ऐसा मैच है जो आपको बस उसमें आपने बस सर्वाइव करना है। सो उसमें जीतने की कोशिश नहीं करनी है, पर हारना नहीं है। तो आप उसको ये रखिए कि टेस्ट मैच में जैसे आखिरी दिन पे आप खेल रहे हैं, तो आपको जीतना नहीं है, आपको ड्रॉ ज़रूर करना है। आपको जीतने की कोशिश करनी है, बट हार नहीं सकते, ड्रॉ भी बचा के चलना है। तो जैसे कि कप्तान आखिरी दिन सोचता है कि 320 रन चेज़ करने हैं, क्या करें? जाएँ या ना जाएँ? सो आप प्रोफेशनल गोल्फ टूर ऑफ इंडिया के क्वालिफाइंग स्कूल को भी कुछ उसी तरीके से तुलना कर सकते हैं कि वो एक ऐसा मैच है जहाँ आपको खुद सोचना पड़ेगा कि क्या ये जो मैं रिस्क ले रहा हूँ, ये उस रिस्क का इतना रिवॉर्ड मिलता है? और ज़्यादातर आप देखेंगे आपको जवाब मिलेगा ना। तो वो एक ऐसा मैच है जो आपको थोड़ा बच-बच के खेलना पड़ता है, जहाँ कैडी और खिलाड़ी दोनों बड़े ही गंभीर सिचुएशन में होते हैं, और उनका अंत का गोल यही होता है कि भई हम यहाँ से बच के निकलें।
जी हाँ दोस्तों, वो एक टूर्नामेंट ऐसा है जहाँ पे आप सिर्फ पासिंग मार्क्स के लेके भी निकले तो बहुत ही फायदेमंद और लाभदायक साबित होता है। मुझे याद है पिछले साल उस टूर्नामेंट में एक समय ऐसा आया था जब हाथों में पसीना, दिल की धड़कन तेज, सर खाली और घुटनों में थोड़ी कपकपी सी छा रही थी। सो कहने का मतलब ये है कि उस एक टूर्नामेंट में जितनी तैयारी आप कर सकते हैं, करिए। जितना समय आप लगा सकते हैं, लगाइए और पूरी तैयारी के साथ आइए।
आपने दृश्य तो ऐसा बनाया है कि मुझे एक बड़े मशहूर डायलॉग याद आ रहा है। आपने तो इतना डरावना बना दिया क्वालिफाइंग स्कूल को कि हाथों हाथों में पसीना। मुझे ऐसा आ गया कि कहीं जो
नहीं
खिलाड़ी
नहीं,
आते हैं
हाथों में पसीना नहीं, हाथों में पसीना, दिल की धड़कनें तेज,
तेज,
सर खाली और घुटनों में थोड़ी सी कपकपी।
ये तो शायद काफी हॉरर मूवी लग रही है। तो इसमें मुझे लग रहा है कि एक कोई जो राजकुमार का डायलॉग था कि ना तलवार की धार से, ना गोलियों की बौछार से, बंदा डरता है सिर्फ परवरदिगार से। मतलब ये हाल हो जाता है कि प्रोफेशनल क्वालिफाइंग स्कूल में जो प्लेयर आते हैं वो बेचारे डगमगा के डर जाते हैं कि हम नहीं खेलना है। तो देखते हैं ऐसा नहीं है। कई कई जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो ऐसे ही देखते हैं, जब आपके हाथों में पसीना आता है उनको और ऊर्जा आती है कि देखिए हम जीतेंगे मैच। तो आदित्य, इस बार आपने इतना डरना नहीं है, इस बार आपने धावा बोलना है उधर जाके। on a on a lighter note, for our viewers who are following us in both the languages, we'd like to tell you that that is the cauldron, which is the Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school. It's not for the faint of heart. It's definitely not for those with sweaty palms or a
Or with lightheaded feeling.
Yes, absolutely. It's only for those with ice running in their veins, because you get an opportunity to play on this lucrative tour with so much prize money, and where there is honey, there are going to be the bees, my friend. So you will have to contest the best if you are to play on the Professional Golf Tour of India, which allows you to play on these big tournaments. Kind courtesy our sponsors and many benefactors, and it also allows you world ranking points. So nothing easy ever came easy, my friend. My apologies. Nothing hard ever came easy. That's what happens. We get too carried away sometimes in our broadcast and we make a few faux pas, but that's all right. That's why golf has 18 holes. You make an error, you come back, and you're trying to make a birdie. And somebody who doesn't want to make too many errors right now is Akshay Sharma, still leading the pack.
Yes, Akshay stands one shot clear of the entire chasing pack. I'm sure he would be making attempts on hole number 14, which is a par 5, to further his lead. So would the chasing pack of Sunit, Trishul, Shivinder, and Om Prakash. Their dimensions would be to cut short the lead and chase up and set a pedestal for rest of the people. So, as the difficulty level of the golf course is showcasing that it's not easy to go in red numbers, standalone, think of going really low. Some of the best rounds till now have been 2 under par, and fortunate for Mr. Pratap Gaurav, he has finished at 2 under par, which has catapulted him to a tied position of 10th right now. 2 under par being the best scorecard, which has now locked in and been submitted.
Yeah, he definitely revels in difficult conditions, and that's owing to his ball striking. Gaurav Pratap Singh, also one of those golfers who has a very heavy hit on the ball, very strong hit. I would say he's in terms of length, he would be a medium long hitter. But ideally he's a long hitter, but now you're seeing the players who are carrying it 300 are long, but he carries it maybe 285, between 285 to 90. But he has an extremely heavy hit. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of shaft lean and there's a lot of compression. So you will see Gaurav Pratap has had his victories even at both at Noida Golf Course.
Both at Noida Golf.
And Noida Golf Course is one that requires you to strike the ball really well. It's a long
Yes.
golf course, difficult, narrow fairways, and ball striking is at a premium. So you'll see wherever there is good iron striking required, Gaurav Pratap Singh is normally at the fore because he's a very good iron striker. And that's something that, and he's also a great practitioner of the short game. A very good putter when he's hot. He's one of those putters who blows hot and cold. He gets on a streak. Short game, again, very risky and very unique short game in that way that he's able to impart a lot of spin. So he's a lot of his short game is feel oriented. As we have a look at that brilliant putt
From Samarth, just ran a bit past the hole.
So coming back to Gaurav
Some-
Pratap, coming back to Gaurav Pratap. So he's that kind of player. You'll see when the conditions are oppressive and where ball striking is required. He'll more often than not he'll be in the mix.
Yes, that is true. On a slightly different note, Samarth Dwivedi has suddenly ran into a spot of bother as he has doubled the par 3 13th and triple bogey on the par 5 14th. That seems to have derailed his chances as he now finds himself a few shots away from the leader at par. He's 5 over for the day. So that's what's the general story for this scope this week. This day has been back nine is showing some really big numbers. In all fairness, Thursday being a moving day is now predicting turning out to be a more of a hold your own ground kind of a day. Shivinder narrowly missing out on his putt.
Yeah, I think normally in windy days, the old age adage holds true. Don't get swept away. Survive to fight another day. You've seen what can happen on windy days. We've seen scores as high as 9 over par on this golf course by players who were under par in the first few days. You've seen 7 overs, 6 overs, 8 overs. So it's not easy. Players of this pedigree shooting those high numbers because in windy conditions where targets are small and narrow, and it's quite penal to miss them. The fairways, and you're also seeing off the tee, the golf course is really tight. That's where things, if you're not on top of your ball striking game, things can get difficult.
Yeah, some really big numbers being popped up on the screens in the back nine.
Akshay Sharma making a couple of pars. That's never too bad on a day like this. Still holding on to the lead. What do you think on this golf course? Going on the final day, does it benefit to be leading or trailing? I mean, obviously, you take every shot that you can get, but given the choice that you be one shot back playing the penultimate group, it's not really a bad position because you can see the leaders flounder.
Yes, of course, that's one way of looking at it, but as the old saying comes into play, better to have a bird in hand than two in the bush.
Absolutely, and there are going to be quite a few in the bush here, especially given the fact if the wind keeps up like this tomorrow, you're going to see that kind of high scoring day continues.
Yes, because the first 2 days have experienced some really good scores, and today, round three, is another beast of its own.
Yeah,
If anything was to be seen from the first 2 days of scoring trends, we would have seen the players at something like about 12 under par at least.
yes, and that's what I think I said. Especially looking at that back nine, I said maybe we can have the leaders at about 13 or 14 under par, but I mean, that's a wrong statement if there was ever one by me. So it's not the kind of golf course. It's not panning out the way that a lot of the players had predicted. Back nine has been brutal.
Yes, and the semi-old war horse is coming into its own trot in the terms of Om Prakash Chauhan. He is now only 3 back.
Yes, OP is surviving these hard conditions, and so is Harinder Gupta. He's at 3 under. He's somebody you can never really count out. So much experience and pedigree.
Yes, Harinder and Gaurav Pratap, along with N. Thangaraja, are the best scores of the day, 2 under par. Quite a surprising set because all of these players can go as low as we would require to, not even imagine that they are at 2 under
Yes,
par.
yes.
And that's the best score of the day.
It shows you that how difficult. I think
track is.
it might be fair to say that the par today might be actually closer to 75 for these players. It's that difficult. This day has proven that it's not easy, and that's one of the things that you need to be out there to experience it. And believe you me, because when the fairways are narrow, the ball is sitting down in the rough. So you can never, for even a medium player, you can't get anything more than a pitching wedge out of that kind of rough, a 9 at most. So it's not easy. If you hit the rough, you have to sort of get back in position. Greens are not that kind either. So that's our first look at the referee. The drone has been able to spot the referee.
Yes, the drone shots do not put justice to what we are saying because it's making the golf course look so beautiful and a leisure walk in, but the scores are suggesting something else.
Yeah, the scores are indicative of the factor of difficulty. Still a really nice, benign day. I think for the leisure golfers, it must be a great place to go and enjoy a day in the sun.
There's a nice coconut water standing in the shade or a hammock between those tall trees.
Yes, Aditya is in vacation mode. Aditya, I have to go to Jammu play golf. Huh? Not in vacation. I must remind you.
Yes, I'm contemplating my life choices.
Yes, but either way, we hope to see you playing on the third and fourth day, not to see you on a hammock outside. So,
Well, I'll make sure that I pass and wave to the cameras on day 3.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
because the closest pursuer is almost 25 lakh away. Is Aman Rad, then Karan Pratap, Sachin Desai, Jamal Hussain, my apologies. So, not many players who can. I don't think anybody can catch him this week.
This week, there is nobody who can catch it. Even if Aman ends up coming as a dark horse and win, the distance and the daylight which Om Prakash has put between himself and the guy who is chasing him is substantial.
So I think Om Prakash will only be building upon this. And if you look at the tournaments that are lined up after this, there's big money to be played for. He's definitely going to breach the all-time PGTI earning record. I think it stands
at 80 some lakhs.
No, I think last year it was a little over 1 year, if I'm not too wrong. We can just have a look at it just one second.
I don't think the shelf has been broken, have
88 lakhs.
88 lakhs. The 1 CR rooftop has still not been broken, but Om Prakash is definitely on the.
So this year it's
verge of being the first.
If he continues this way, maybe he could get somewhere between 1 and 1.5, because that final tournament itself is going to have a prize fund of almost 50 lakhs. You never know, although it's not easy because consistent performance on this kind of a difficult field is not easy, but he's definitely going to breach the 1 CR mark.
One of these players is definitely going to breach the 1 CR mark, and most likely than not, it's a safer, wiser bet to place your chips on what Om Prakash is heading in towards.
Yes, this week he's still in with a shot at victory. So you never know, if he was to win it, he'll reach almost 80. So, but there's a big difference between winning second and third. So obviously, you see a precipitous drop in prize fund. I think the first gets about 16, and if you win the second, I think 8% or something. So, or even less, maybe a little more, 10%.
It's 15, 12, and so on.
Yeah, so it's.
Yes, the drop is substantial. I just can't get over the beautiful views of this backdrop, the golf course, and the city.
Yes, the golf course boundary delineated really well, and you can see that there is the city beyond that.
What's surprising is there's not even a single house in that beautiful hill.
That's why it's a beautiful hill. So obviously, that is how they've been able to safeguard. I'm pretty certain. I say that in jest. I'm pretty certain that there must be some zoning rules and whatnot, and obviously there's a certain part of the city that's on for construction, certain that is on for ecology, and that's how you maintain the green, beautiful cover that is visible to us.
Absolutely immaculate playing conditions and beautiful drone shots coverage is coming up. And it's beautiful to see that the semi-island green, it does qualify as an island green.
Qualifies as an island green, because any green that you can't reach by rolling it around the ground, and you definitely can't. You have maybe a 1 yard chance. So it's an island green for all practical purposes.
And if we are not wrong, the length of this hole is about 210 yards.
Yeah, that's the one that they said the 16th hole. It's the
210 yards, playing at a stroke index of 6.
yeah,
At
the
that
post,
yes, at
the
that
poster
length,
card hole here.
yeah, at that length, this hole will bring a lot of questions which people need to be ready to answer.
So 210, and if you end up playing it into the wind, could play like 225, and hitting to an island green.
Yeah, if you look at the stats of this hole, this is definitely playing way over its par, as I can only spot one birdie on this hole till now, unless the
Yes,
leaders have something to say about it.
and quite a few double bogeys as we go down. It's seen a lot of bogeys, double bogeys. Looking at it, I think the average is almost close to 3.8, 3.9 today. So if you look at the number of pars, it's not more than 20, not even 20 pars that have been made on this hole today, and 3, 4, 5 double bogeys. So shows you that the average is closer to 4. It's probably somewhere about 3.75. So it's not the easiest hole by any stretch of imagination.
Sunit seems to have gone flag hunting on hole number 15. He's hit it really close and would be looking to make a move closer to the leaders at 9 under par.
Back at hole number 15. I would think that the 15 would provide the players a little bit of a reprieve. It's only 378 yards before they get ready to face the behemoth 16th.
Yeah, Trishul's gone. This is just a shade longer than you would have liked, and the thick, heavy rough of EPGC is going to test his short game skills.
Does that remind you of anywhere that you've played? Sometimes there's always a hole that's lurking on the back nine that sort of is on your mind even when you've not played it. Which golf course can you think of in our country that gives you that kind of a feeling that you've got the jeepers creepers even when you've not reached the tee? You're just thinking that, oh my God, I'll have to hit that tee shot. There's always some or the other hole that plays on a player's psyche even when you've not reached, as we have a look at hole number 15.
Trishul is trying to gauge the
You see what he's trying to do with
heaviness
his right hand. He wants to ensure that the club sort of keeps rotating and goes under the ball.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can do that. That's a decent effort. That's a pretty good effort by him.
Yeah, that's a very good effort by Trishul to give himself a realistic par putt.
Yeah, so coming back to our point.
Yes, circling back to your question, yes. If I'm being honest, every golf course has at least one, if not two, holes or tee shots which are a little too daunting for any player, and they are a little more focused, attentive, or detailed about it than rest of the holes. Like if you talk about the next week where the players are going to play Telangana, the opening hole can give nightmares to a lot of people.
Yeah, and I think if I think of it in a similar fashion, let's say Coimbatore at the eighth hole, the erstwhile eighth hole, the par four, long par four with the sort of that water body with trees just short of it. The Chandigarh golf course, the seventh hole there. As you have a look at Akshay, our leader, fantastic effort.
Yes.
The seventh hole,
yes.
it's really daunting. If you're playing well, you're always, it's in the back of your mind, oh, I have to hit that tee shot.
Absolutely. There are a few holes which demand a certain degree of attentiveness, let's just call it, is a little higher than the rest.
Yes.
16th could really be that hole on this golf course.
And sometimes, if you're playing at Panchkula Golf Course, the 15th hole, the par 5, if you're playing into wind or left or right wind, that can be a daunting one. I think holes where you don't have an option of laying up and you still have to hit a driver and you're forced to hit it in a certain area and there's no bailout, those are the ones that really get to the players.
Absolutely.
As we come back here to live action on hole number 15. For all our viewers who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live on the ABP network here at the Vizag Open 2023. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host, Aditya Raj Chauhan. We're live at the East Point Golf Club in Vishakhapatnam. This tournament offers a prize fund of 1 CR. On your screens is Akshay Sharma, the leader currently. He's leading this tournament. And he's being closely pursued by Sunit Bishnoi, Trishul Chanappa, Om Prakash Chauhan, Shivendra Singh Sodia.
Yeah, Trishul made a nice par from that thick stuff of rough. Not easy, but yeah, he did a brilliant job with that. This is Akshay looking to clean up what I'm presuming would be his par attempt. As we are drawing closer to the last quarter, so whatever quarter for the third round, the leads could change hands as hole number 16th, 17th, 18th have turned out to be a bit of a task for the entire field per se. There are more drop shots in this stretch of holes 16th, 17th, 18th.
It's the amen corner, the bear trap, whatever you might call it. It's definitely not easy.
I'm going to call it hit, shut your eyes, and start playing.
And if only prayers could be enough. Unfortunately, that's not. You also need perfect execution. Sunith with that putt. 18th, you're right, has seen a lot of drop shots, bogeys, double bogeys. 18th measuring at 448 yards. Eighteenth has that water body running alongside on the right hand side and even nearer to the green on your approach shot, so making it difficult. And even your tee shot is sort of in a narrow alley with that bunker coming into play, so it's pretty difficult.
The water body is going to make sure that players are not trying to attack this hole with the longest club in their bag. Maybe again, plot your way around the hole is the way to go about it. But the length of the hole says yes, that it's not a short hole.
Yeah. Now if you
So
look
if
at
nothing else, you would have to be a little bit aggressive of the tee, which is bringing all of the water into play.
if you look at it, this hole, the par 3, reminds me a little bit of TPC Sawgrass. Although that's only 100 and I think 140, 130 yards. This gets that hole by about 70 yards. So you can well appreciate the amount of difficulty. If the wind picks up, it's not going to be easy to be on the dance floor.
Absolutely. This stretch of 3 holes is going to bring some scoring changes, at least by a shot or two, if not more.
Yeah, so the players, even that bunker is not a bad miss. But I think today, with the wind not being that high at this point in time, would make that shot easier. For a lot of the players, I think for the longer players, it would probably be somewhere maybe a 6 or a 5 iron at most, maybe just a 6 iron. For the medium hitters, it could be like a 4 iron. So let's see.
There's somebody holding a driver to that.
No, it's definitely not that old.
I'm just joking around with
Oh,
you.
could make it interesting, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's not as difficult as we are seeing, but that's a more abbreviated practice swing by Sarthak. I think Sarthak is playing the 18th, if I'm not wrong.
So back here, we'll just get an update on which hole he is on. Sathak Chiba currently 3 under, has completed 16 holes, so probably this.
The 17th tee shot.
Yeah, he's probably on the 17th. Has it a pretty good tee shot?
Yeah, he seemed to have enjoyed the strike on it, which could only mean something that it's well in towards the direction which he intended.
Jairaj now. So, totally different view for the left-hander. Very athletic setup.
Well, seems to be a very tall, fit guy.
And look at that rotation. And the feet haven't moved either. So that shows you that there's a lot of flexibility and strength. What I'm sure you wouldn't pay to have that. They're both, you definitely have the strength, but as farther time goes on, flexibility reduces a little bit. Huh?
Yes, we need to find solutions towards that.
Let's see. We'll get a tip from. We'll pull a page out of Jairaj's book.
Jairaj's book would still be a little out of syllabus at the moment. I'm going to look at into Miguel Angel Jimenez's book. That's more towards our alley now.
Maybe just do that warm up. That's how you can get famous. That's how I do my warm ups. Without knowing.
But it's not just the warm-up sessions. You have to make hole-in-ones, post such kind of rounds, which that legendary Spanish superstar can and has been doing for ages now.
I'm a great believer in hard work, but I think there's nothing that beats being born with it. Sometimes you just you're born with that kind of talent, and that's visible for a lot of players. They might not work that hard. It's just something that, because life is also about finding what you're good at. Some people can spend their entire life and not know what you're good at. It's very difficult because there's so many different career paths, sports, things to do that you can choose. It's if you look at it mathematically, it's eventually just a probability you'll end up doing what you're actually talented at. So people say that follow your heart or do that. It's difficult because you would not know what's your best talent. Like a great example, if Sachin Tendulkar was not playing tennis, you would my apologies. This is what happens when you commentate for 6 hours. So yeah, if Sachin Tendulkar was playing tennis, he would definitely not be Roger Federer, and vice versa. If Sachin Tendulkar was not playing cricket, he would not be the player that he is. It's pretty certain. So it's a lot about picking the right sport. Also, I feel you need to somehow. I don't know how that happens. Maybe the cosmic, the cosmics come together, and the elements and help you decide that. But that's so important. Some players are built for certain sports. I feel like the elegance of Roger Federer. He's built for that, or the strength of Tiger Woods. So it's all about sort of finding that perfect sport that fits you or that perfect career. So I think from a young age, that's why it's so important that don't stick to just one game. If you do intend on playing sports, play a lot of different games, and then you'll see which one you excel at. And even with careers, I feel you should not typecast yourself. You can keep experimenting, seeing what really you're good at. And as long as you give a concerted effort to everything, you'll eventually find something that you're more, naturally attuned to doing. So,
Absolutely. You have to throw yourself into different parameters to gauge what comes naturally or what comes with a certain degree of comfort to yourself.
absolutely. I think it's without doubt that Akshay and Sanit definitely are talented at golf because both of them are leading this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, going neck in neck.
Yes, Sanit has joined Akshay at 9 under par, and both of them are 2 shots clear of Trishul.
Trishul following them, only 2 shots behind.
Yes, Trishul himself is sitting at 1 under for the day and a total of 7 under par. Harinder has found some magic of his own to birdie the 18th hole and is now sitting comfortable at a total of 3 under par, tied 6th
A fine golfer is Harinder Gupta. Well, from coming from humble background from Chandigarh, having played junior golf with him, he's even a nice, has a really nice journey. Been consistently good, great amateur, played a lot of teams, and then very good professional. And he's I feel he's one of those players who's been able to extract a lot from himself. He's been able to perform at peak capacity. I feel always he's always contending, and he's still keeping up with the youngsters and dominating them.
Yes, it's not a easy span to be just good at what you do, but for a prolonged span of time. Harinder's been there for a while now. I mean, since I had turned pro, I think pretty much a season or two Harinder had under his bag before that, and he's always been there, if not winning, but then very close proximity of posting a win.
Also want to thank our various tour partners: Tata Steel, Vedika, Prudnik Electro, Rolex, Golf Design India, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, STFC, Lani. We're seeing a lot more uh, companies and corporate houses that are associating with the Professional Golf Tour of India, and that's really heartening to see.
Yes, without the support of such giants of their various industries, it is not easy to promote any kind of sport. And we are all grateful that they have come together and have stayed with Professional Golf Tour of India and made it a huge success and bring professional golf to your homes, bring professional golf to your cities with not only very big prize purses, but also with world ranking points.
And now bring professional golf right to your systems, your phones, your TV. And as you have a look at hole number 18, and we'll see why this hole is so difficult. It's a narrow green, and the flag is on the front left quadrant. Not much space for the golfers to attack this. No such issues here, though.
Sarthak seems to have hit a brilliant shot into the 18th.
And the tee shot is one which is fraught with difficulty. Once you can navigate that, then this hole sort of becomes a little easier.
Yes, of course.
I think, in all fairness, this day will end with the leaders being at most maybe at 10 under par or somewhere there and thereabouts. So a lot will be determined on how tomorrow plays. Sunit has picked up another shot as we spoke. Obviously, he's leading. He made that birdie in hole number 15. Having a really good day. It shows you the caliber of a golf course if the leader is somebody who's been able to shoot 3 under, and that's the best round. So it's indeed proving to be a difficult day. Not that Akshay or Sunit will be complaining about that because they are at the forefront. As we have this group walking in on hole number 18. Hole number 18 that we have seen quite a few drop shots on this hole. I think this group has navigated the 18th pretty well. So bunker really does give a good look and add character to this hole. As we have a look at that dual screen showing you Anshul Patel and simultaneously the 18th green. Anshul Patel playing alongside MD Sanju and Sukra Bahadur Rai. You're seeing these two screens. And for all of you who are joining in at this point in time. Maybe a little late, but as they say, better late than never. So you're watching the Vizag Open 2023 being played at East Point Golf Club at Vishakhapatnam and offering a prize fund of 1 CR. The leader is Akshay Sharma at 9 under par. On your screens is MD Sanju, the golfer based out of Kolkata. Free flowing swing there on your right hand side. And there you have Sukra Bahadur Rai. On the left hand side, we have the group of Sarthak Chibber, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, and Rohan Dhole Patil. Sukra now. Standing towards the right hand side of the tee. So favoring a fade, a left right movement on this drive. That's a free flowing swing. That's a young man's swing. A lot of speed. Oh, just about right there on hole number 18. That gives you a better perspective of the 18th hole. There's Jairaj here on hole number 18. With his birdie putt at hole number 18. Oh, just about. Would be a par for him. Jairaj currently sitting in at level par for the tournament, so well placed to mount some sort of challenge tomorrow and try to get into the top 10.
That's Sarthak Chibber after his brilliant second shot on the 18th, one of the closest ones we've seen till now.
I should break a little from his right to left. That's well done. That's a rare birdie on this hole. Should feel really happy about that.
Yeah, that's a big feat on this hole. Birding the 18th, which has proven to be a bit of a challenge.
Joins an elusive club. Only 3 birdies on the 18th apart from his. What is unique about these drone shots is that it's going on live.
Yes, some really beautiful coverage.
It's here at hole number 18. So this will help our viewers appreciate the difficulty of this hole. We see the players are taking a preferred lie. Anshul here. Sukra, we saw hitting that drive. It's not the easiest of drives, mind you. It's pretty tight fairway. So these players have done well and shows you how far Anshul hits the ball. Let's see what kind of club they have coming in. 448 yards. So maybe after drive, they should have, owing to the lack of roll that we've seen on this golf course, maybe an 8-iron. Maybe a drive gets to about 290 with roll.
Yeah,
300 for
possibly,
Anshul, maybe. Yeah.
possibly.
And I think he's playing into wind. You saw.
Yeah, this hole seems to be actually a little.
Yes, it's playing into wind. So it's actually playing longer than 450. Let's see.
Definitely a big advantage for Supra being in the middle of the fairway. Gives him a green light to attack that flag.
Yeah, nice place to try and hit a draw from the right-hand side. The pin being at the left. So that makes it a little more accessible. He's just come up short, but that's okay. He should be in a comfortable position
Yeah,
in there to make it
it's a
far.
relatively simpler up and down from where he is. There's another look at the beautiful East Point Golf Club. The pristine white sand, massive bunkers. A very, very mesmerizing look at this golf club where there is so much green and water bodies in the foothills of those lovely hills. And Anshul has managed to hit a very good shot from pretty much blindsided. For a left-handed person, he's just dialed into the number and the presumed line, because there's serious amount of tree line which would have hindered his point of view towards the flag. So in all, it's an excellent shot, somewhere in Sarthak's category of being pin high. There you have Samarth Devedi on the what looks like to be the 18th tee. Samarth was going very well with his round until the time hole number 13 and 14th derailed his chances, but a very welcome birdie from for him on the hole number 17th. Seems to be a little worried. I think his ball is leaking a little towards the right. Should be somewhere in Anshul's territory. Gets a wave from the someone in the front line, and the ball seems to be okay. It's a strange thing that Om Prakash has pulled his drive, very unlike Om Prakash. On live feed one, we have Sukra attempting to pretty much a very straightforward chip, but won't be surprised if he ends it up in the bottom of the hole. That's the level of difficulty this thick rough is posing. Its uncertainty parameters can make a few shots which are very simple look very, very difficult. As Sukra, somebody who's a very good short game player, found it a little difficult to gauge the run out on the ball after that shot. That's a very good chip from MD Sanju. Sanju has made some really good chip putts for his power saves, and that flamboyant chip in which he made from pretty much an impossible lie. He's definitely held his ground with some really sharp short game skills. Goes to show when a track is playing that difficult, you need to dig in real deep and bring in your A game, be it wise, just power hitting or staying in contention, giving yourself a realistic chance by showcasing your brilliance in short game.
Sukra there with that putt. You saw him close one eye. That's similar to an archer. Why a golfer would do it is try to figure out the correct putting line. That's the mystery that eludes all of us who've played golf in any. I like his haircut. He's got that buzz cut going on. So that's what they say. That's the jarhead buzz army cut.
Is it the jarhead buzz army cut or just pulling too many of your hairs while you're
No, no.
during the course of your round?
I think
Which one is it?
he's got the athletic person's haircut. That's what they say. You know, the buzz cut. Very famous is all of the professional football players. Phil Foden, one comes to mind, and yeah, he's rocking it really well. Is Sukra?
Yeah, that's true. Very nice, gentle, kind soul. I've played with him. Very, very talented youngster from neighbors, Nepal.
Has some fancy shoes he's sporting. If you see the sole of his shoes, also matches his trousers. We'll have to zoom out a little bit to see if that is indeed the case. Now we have a look at Anshul.
Anshul narrowly missing out on his birdie putt after that brilliant blinder of a shot which he pulled up from the right hand half of the 18th fairway.
I think this group has showcased some good shots on this final hole. Could also be a factor of the wind. If you see now, there's not much movement. If you see in the leaves, so earlier in the day, the players who would have been playing the 18th would have had to contend with a lot more wind, and that would have made it more difficult, I feel.
Yes, if we look a little closer on the 18th hole behind Sukra, there are red stakes. That means that not only that water bodies which is behind these bushes, this entirety of the section is being marked as an hazard.
Yes, so if you don't get a long straight tee shot, you could be facing maybe 190, 180, and that's not the easiest yardage in wind. Sukra.
Sukra missing out on his putt, which would mean a closing bogey on the last. Not the kind of feeling what you would want to lurk around for a span of nearly 24 hours.
Yeah, especially after that drive. So, but this is a difficult hole. It shows you how narrow it is. Like if you pull a little bit, you could find yourself in the drink. If you push it, you'll find yourself in the jungle. So it's between hell and high water where you find ecstasy, which is the green. MD Sanju.
Yeah, those of you who are just joining us, we are towards the end half of our round three coverage of the Vizag 2023 Open provided by AVP, the media partners for Professional Golf Tour of India. Here's a look at Sanju, what he would appreciate it to be his last shot of the day.
Yes, and that's a good way to encapsulate the sentiment of the golfer.
Yeah, and Sanju is definitely put in some short game display to keep his card on a cleaner slate.
Yes, he is a good proponent of the short game. Winding hole. This is an ideal finishing hole. I reckon maybe tomorrow the flag could be somewhere towards the back left or maybe even the back right. Which would be more difficult, Aditya, according to you, the back left or the back right? What makes it?
If I was to place the flag on a difficulty level, I would prefer back right, because it's back right means you have to be at least center fairway or left half of the fairway.
To even see the flag,
yes,
yeah.
to see the flag and then hit the flag. Because even if you hit it right and the flag is on the left hand side, you can still see, get a
Yes.
visual of it.
That's a brilliant point by you, actually, because then if you're sort of blinded by those trees, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Yes, it brings in a little bit of visualization and serious amounts of belief in your alignment and execution.
I like this the way the drone has been following the players.
I really want to know the mileage they're getting out of this drone, because it's not come down from the word go.
Yeah, I don't think it runs on any liquid gas, my friend.
At the end of the day, lithium batteries also are kind of liquid.
Yes. So let's see. That's a good shot here on 18. It's
Just run out a little bit extra than the player would have intended, but still on the dance floor.
I think owing to the wind dying down, it's made this hole easier. Otherwise, these kind of high scores are unfathomable.
Yes, with the talent on display and the pristine conditions which East Point Club has presented the players with, if the wind is not up, we could seriously see a shade of what we have seen in the round 1 and 2 of scoring department.
Must also give a big shout out to all the associate and the sponsors. You can see the boards over there. The tour runs because of the association, and it's a great symbiotic relationship which eventually helps take sport to the next level, and golf specifically. So we really thank our associates and sponsors and title sponsors to make this tour possible. Now we have somebody in a spot of bother here, Aditya, on hole number 18D. He's within the tree. Let's see if he is able to extricate himself.
If that's Om Prakash, and I presume it's Shivender, the third wheel of this group, which has found himself in a spot of bother.
Not quite sure where that has ended up.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see where that ball has ended up, because both Om Prakash and Samarth are on the dance floor, which would make life much simpler. Yes, a big shout out to all the partners who made this tournament a possibility. VPR Builders, Devi Seafoods, Steel City Security Limited, SRK Infra, Vishwa Samundra, Ultra Dimensions Group, Loris Labs, Soma Developers, and also Novotel, the hospitality part. Without the support of brands like these, getting you to see some fabulous golf will not be an easy task. So a big shout out to them, and would really appreciate on behalf of the Professional Golf Tour of India for their continuous support.
Yes, sir. Sponsors, associates are the backbone of professional golf. Talking about backbone of professional golf, there are some back-bending drives. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the new age technology, shot tracer, giving you an exact preview of how that ball has traveled.
Yes, right down the middle. There we have a look at. I don't think it was Om Prakash in the woods.
No, it wasn't Om Prakash. I said it was Shivender. Om and
let's see, where has he ended up? Maybe he's gone over the green.
I think he's overshot it a little bit. Very easy from that heavy stuff.
Shivender's actually built like a fast bowler. Tall, athletic. He's the one that you can imagine would be bowling at good speed and bowling bouncers. There you have the lead scores. We've seen players pull out drivers, but it will be interesting to see what clubs are selected by the final group. I think 3 wood is also a good choice for the longer hitters.
Yes, this is a very important stage for Shivender's round, as he has birdied 16th and 17th to find himself back to 1 under par for the day and a total of 7 under par. So the 18th could be a very big moment for Shivender, as it could just put him in the leader group.
Yes, I think
So this hole is quite a bit of a task for him.
A lot will hinge on the kind of lie that he has drawn. But that was quite an escape by him. Was deep in the woods, and from there to get till here, see that short. Seems to be in a hurry to get his putter, so not quite sure where that has gone. Yeah, they're not too bad. It's about 5.5, 6 feet short. Very serious looking golfer if we've ever seen one.
That's the most serious I've ever seen Samarth in his life.
That's what golf does. It gives you a lot of dead time. At that point in time, you're just left with you and your thoughts.
Yeah, that is there. And here's a look at Om Prakash.
This is a really nice camera angle. Will show you how the ball traverses over the green, and it should start to bend from here.
I think OP has overborrowed the break a
Yeah.
little bit than he would have liked because the ball moved exactly where that putter was aligned
Yes.
towards. So I think visual reading of the green is absolutely not on point for OP today.
Yes, seems that he's been a little off as far as.
It's quite strange for us to see him miss out on putts.
Yeah, but the good thing is that he would still, if he makes his putt, he would be 5 behind, and not too many players between him and the leader. So, knowing him, he can still contend and win this tournament.
Of course, and he will be one of the top players to look out for the final round tomorrow.
Yeah, Aditya, this is that time. Although we've already delayed it, but that's the time that when we choose one player who you would pick, who you think is going to be the winner tomorrow. The third day is good because it leaves some time.
Yes, that is true.
Somewhat there,
Wow.
all that thought and preparation was has come to fruition.
Yes, Samath can breathe a sign of relief after birding that hole because he had a tedious stretch on hole number 13 and 14, but birding 17th and the 18th would give him a much required sign of relief.
So who's going to win the tournament tomorrow?
Well, somebody
I mean, you
who's
can't predict it, but
I can't
what's your-
predict it, but if you had to put a chip on the winning horse, a realistic possibility is to back the leader, as he's been in and around in this season at least and has also won.
Yeah, that I think this will be a litmus test to see if he can actually go on to the next level. What I mean by that, he's already won on the PGTI, but if he can sort of do this, not exactly back to back, but within the space of a couple of months, if he can win again, shows that he's definitely built for the big stage, Asian,
Yes.
European, and beyond. So I also have a feeling that's going to be Sunny because he was able to dominate in the previous one when he was unfazed, and he does have the game. Akshay Sharma. I mean, we have to take different picks, then I think I would go with Akshay because I know he's also a proven winner. So let's see any one of them. But
Of course, both are equally talented. It's just that if you look at recent past performances, Sunit has achieved a little bit extra.
yes, absolutely, he seems to be the prevailing choice, and just about
A
slipping.
bit of a heartbreak for Shivendra as he misses out on his what seems to be his par putt. We'll soon come to know about it. But even from the scorings, what we're seeing live, even if he's missed out on his par putt, he's still going to be in the leader group tomorrow.
Yeah, so he would end up at
Unless Trishul can birdie that.
6 under par.
Om Prakash is not having the best of the days with those short putts, which in any other.
Oh, he's not
condition-
happy. The ball is
Yeah.
ball
Balls in
is
the drink.
Yeah, the ball has met its end. He's had enough of that golf ball. Oh, so you can see he's a little hot under the collar, and understandably so. Oh, don't break the putter.
Yeah, with all eyes on the putter,
Yeah,
it's not the smartest time.
Yeah, it's looking like a tin cup moment for him, but it's understandable. When you have these sort of errors, he's probably go to the range and sort that out. We've seen that he's been a brilliant striker, but this year some of the putter is not functioning as It is supposed to.
Well, that's a sign of relief for most of the players if his putter is not working, because he's leading the order of merit by a mile. Imagine with a hot putter.
Yes. So
He
this
would have made it virtually impossible for
he's one of
anybody.
the most consistent strikers. Like if you look at it, pretty similar style, left to right player from Mao. Mukesh also was left to right, very consistent, solid. So he's a stronger version of Mukesh in a way that he hits the ball longer, and so that is a one difference that is there between him and obviously Mukesh Kumar was just dominant on the greens and could close things down. If that is the only aspect which is missing, that sometimes I see him not at his best on the putting greens.
That's true, but OP already has 8 wins under his belt, and has got a very long career ahead of him.
Yes, absolutely. So sky is the limit.
Sky is the limit, especially after the injury bike accident he had, and he's got surgery done on his hand.
Yes.
So, in all, this is a very good performance, immaterial of a gold putter.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure the putter will heat up tomorrow. The ball is definitely cooling down in the hazard. So if
Ball's going to relax for a while.
if anybody is looking for a good professional golf ball, just take out your scuba gear and jump in. Now we have the final group, which is trundling down on the 18th hole. Let's see where their golf ball ends up.
Yes, here's a look at the leaderboard where Sunit has established himself as the current leader at 9 under par, Akshay trailing by 1, Shivendra by 2 at 6 under par. So that means that was a bogey for him, as he's locked in 210 for 3 days. Trishul, it is at 5 under par. The 16th hole has taken a toll on Trishul's scorecard. The double bogey at a very untimely time has set him back a little bit than he would have liked. Sarthak, on the other hand, after the birdie on the 18th, has had a relatively better outing than most and is at 4 under par, 5th. I'm sure my friend Gaurav Pratap Singh and Thanga Raja would be also fancying their chances at 2 under par.
Yeah, it's
they have submitted the scorecard a long time back, and they're just moving forward and forward towards the leaders.
Yeah, this is that kind of golf course. Initially, I remember speaking with you and saying that this might turn out to be a scoring fest with a lot of birdies, but it's not that. It's definitely one which will be deciding by staying power, so as to speak. Not making too many errors. So it's going to be a low scoring event. And the last day, play the more physically they're a little lower than the third day. And you've seen the last day scoring is normally a little worse than the third day scoring because pins are more difficult, and that's just the normal trend. So you could see this tournament being decided maybe at 10 under par or maybe even lower, depends, because apart from Akshay and Sanit, the rest are at 6, 5, 4. So it depends on what Sanit and Akshay do tomorrow. So if Gaurav Pratap has to have a chance, he has to shoot at least a 5 or 4 under par, and then hope that the rest can capitulate. It's a long shot.
Yes, it's a very long shot, but is it in the possibility of happening? Yes.
Anything. Jean Van der Wel never thought that he won't win the British Open. Greg Norman didn't think that he'll blow away a 6-shot lead. Anything is possible as we have a look at the 18th hole. Coming out of that rough on the right hand side, that is a very difficult shot. Now that's I think that's where players drop their shot from, because it's sort of
blinder of a shot.
And then you have the hazard on the left, and it looks like a really long shot. If you look at the drone,
it does look like a really long shot. On top of that, the uncertainty of being in the rough will be a very big variable.
Let's see what
Trishul's got a very good angle coming in from the center left half of the fairway. If there was a spot of being ideally placed, I think he's hit that number.
It's also safe to say that this hole is playing a lot longer than the yardage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Players are coming out from at least what seems to be 170 yards. That's a good shot by him. Flag high, 20 feet.
Yeah, anything on the dance floor on this hole is definitely take it and move on kind of a scenario.
So we have the final group walking up the 18th after a long, arduous day in these oppressive conditions as far as scoring is concerned, but perfect as far as golfing is concerned. Good weather, little bit of breeze so as you don't get too warm, and a drone following you. What else do you want from life?
Yes, the drone's been out there for a while now,
Yeah.
and the pictures that we have gotten through the courtesy of all the camera people is brilliant.
Yes, definitely a shout out to the camera team for really capturing this tournament in every aspect in vivid colors, showing us the beauty of Vishakhapatnam.
Yes, also a big shout out to the golf club and the maintenance staff for giving them such a beautiful golf course with testing conditions.
Talking about testing conditions, this is going to test his metal here. Let's see if he can save par.
Yes, the leader is the only person who's not on the green on this hole. So, yes, this will be a tester for him. I'm sure this young man is up for the task.
Seems to be in that thick rough. But the good thing is that he's has a straightforward uphill shot. So
He's got a straightforward uphill shot and there's reasonable amount of green to work also with it.
exactly. And also breaking it right to left. So that makes things a little easier. Gives him a higher margin for error. Let's see how he executes this shot. Son, it seems to be using an interlock grip, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, it is an interlock grip.
That's it's very well executed, leaving himself about 3.5 feet. Not too bad.
It's not too bad, just ran a little bit longer than he would have expected it out to be. But it's very, very easy out of that thick rough to
Yes, it's not the easiest,
or
especially
overhit it.
yeah, especially the ball is not the easiest. So I think he's executed it fairly well enough, leaving himself about 3.5 feet. And the good thing is he would know the line coming back.
Definitely. The advantage of going a little past the hole is you've seen the ball turn in a particular direction. And more often than not, the ball's going to follow that same path. Here's a look at Akshay, who has a birdie putt on the last hole for round 3. Would definitely be trying to make it, but
I think there's something to this
this
putt.
hole has everybody fooled a little bit because right from Om Prakash till Akshay, everybody seems to have over borrowed the break on the left hand side and the ball's not moving back.
If only they could ask us live on air.
I think we
I don't know what.
are we allowed to text them and
Yeah, if you want to
buy
get
a shot?
that would be the first time that a commentator gets banned.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
realistically.
Yeah. So, but why is it breaking to the other side? The water is on behind them, so the grass should ideally be turning the ball that side. And that's probably what they have factored in. But maybe there's more to it. Sometimes that's how the practice round actually comes into play.
Absolutely.
But you're not quite allowed the green.
Green measuring slope devices? Yes, no.
And you can't even have a green
Slope.
chart, or
No,
what are the rule
you
changes?
can't. You can't. You can have a map drawn by yourself on a page, but it has to be used, drawn it, and it should not be used up by any measuring distances devices or slope readers.
So how do you know that then? I mean, if you have a slope reading device and you're making a green,
You're not allowed to use the device.
but on the fairway you're allowed. Not on
On the fairway, you're allowed to use a device which gives you a certain amount of help, which is just the yardage.
Yardage.
You cannot use a device to measure the contours on the green.
Okay, but you can use it to use the distance.
Of
let's
course,
say.
to measure the length of the hole, the width of the hole, yes, you can. But USGA does not allow you to now use any device which helps you read or gauge the contours on the greens.
That's good, actually. That is a skill involved, and you don't want everything to be sort of laid bare. You want players to use their imagination.
Yes, I remember because almost about a decade ago, it was possible.
Sanit will definitely have to use his imagination. You can see that there is a slight amount of doubt because the caddy and player are engaging in a long discussion.
Yeah, they both are trying to get certain of the read and the line on it.
And that's the side that we've seen players miss it on the lower side. So let's see if he.
Yeah, the only person who's hold it from this side is Samarth.
Yes. From his alignment, it seems that the ball is aligned towards the right
left?
side. I think he's aligned correct.
Let's
I don't
hope-
think he'll
let's
miss it to
hope
the
he's
left. That's for
aligned
sure.
correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's aligned correct, and
He's aligned absolutely correct, and that's a
great save.
That's a very important save because this makes certain that he's one shot clear.
Yeah, he'll stay in the driver's seat.
He stays in the driver's seat, and the last hole also, sets your entire tone for the final round.
And for your lunch.
And for your lunch, and for the sleep, and for your heart rate and everything.
Yes, no. Yeah, we know how about your heart palpitations while playing the Q school, but I'm sure that these players are a lot more relaxed.
But it's a
Yeah.
different beast altogether. A normal regular tournament
Yes,
versus
yes. Obviously, I mean,
the tester of the year.
I'm making light of your. I had a return to center very quick when I went for the same. So it's a rather uncomfortable tournament. That's how sport is.
Yes, you can see Akshay being very clear and certain of what the break is on that hole. And on the extreme right screens, you can see our media head, Mr. Nikhil Kalani.
All right, that's a brilliant putt right there. So he would end the day at 8 under par, and Sanit Bishnoi would continue to lead the tournament. Would lead the tournament at 9 under, and in third position you'd have Shivendra Singh Sisodia. Trishul Chinappa, who's visible on our screens, at 5 under par. Sarthik Chibber at 4 under par. So still, I would say pretty much a 3-horse race at this point in time. But you never know what the final day throws at us. This golf course has been fantastic for both the viewers and the players.
Absolutely. This golf course has its own set of challenges. And as we draw towards the conclusion of round 4 of the Vizag 2023, we can have a look at the leaderboard and also establish that tomorrow is going to be a very exciting time for all the players and vis-a-vis the viewers because it's all bunched up.
Absolutely. So there you have it. You have a look at the final top 10 scores, and we really thank you for staying with us for the duration of this broadcast, and we hope to see you again. And there'll still be some reruns and coverage.
Here's a look at the brilliant start from Jairaj to his round, and